Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has continued his accusations against President William Ruto, now linking him to a posh camping site being constructed at the Sanctuary Block in Ngong Road Forest. While attending a church service in Murang'a, Gachagua alleged that Ruto grabbed the land to be a profiteer of the ongoing construction of the Talanta Hela Stadium along Ngong Road upon its completion. This comes as the public is also raising concerns about the construction of the block.
Hiyo hapo Ngong Road, Ngong Forest, Senator Nyoto. Jana nilipoongea, rais ndiye anataka kuchukua 5 acres hapo Ngong Forest, ajenge hoteli na anajengewa na ile watu wanajenga stadium ile ya Talanta Hela, ndio isafu hiyo stadium. Saa ile niliongea, akapiga simu kwa watu ya KFS akasimamisha kidogo. So wewe rais, usijaribu kurudi kwa hiyo msitu, tutakuanika tena. Sindio? Hiyo ndio kazi yetu sasa. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu. Na watu wananipatia maripoti, silali.
Meanwhile, Gachagua has accused the government of allowing goons to disrupt various events he attends, saying the move is fueling hostility among the people.
We are working with the leader of a criminal gang. Na huyo jamaa tangu siku hiyo ndio amekuwa akitatiza mikutano yetu. Ndio alituma watu Limuru kupitia orders yako, akitaka kuua sisi pale Limuru mwezi ya 11. Wa leo hiyo watu hawajashikwa kwa sababu ni watu yako. Mpaka wa leo uchunguzi umefanywa, rais amesema hiyo watu wasipelekwe kotini kwa sababu ni watu wako.
Health Cabinet Secretary Ednah has reiterated that the government does not have enough funds to employ health workers under the Universal Health Coverage Scheme on permanent contracts. Responding to statements by Senators Edwin Sifuna of Nairobi and Godfrey Osotsi of Vihiga on the plight of UHC workers, Duale advised the senators to ensure that more funds are allocated in Parliament to pay the workers in the counties. The CS also said that from July 1st this year, the national government will begin the process of transferring the workers to county management along with their payment system.
Mimi sina pesa. Ile pesa niko nayo ni 3.5 billion ya contract. Na umesign contract na county governments. Pesa yako itakuwa kwa county government. 1st of July I am transferring the whole payroll. Kwa sababu wewe unafanyia governor. Ni governor ndio anakuona kama umefanya, kama hujafanya. Sasa mimi nakaa wizara ya afya nitajuaje?
Bwana, hawa manasi na watu wa UHC, Mheshimiwa Duale, watanivunjia nyumba bwana. Hawa watu wananitumia message usiku na mchana, wanasema ukikutana na Duale mkumbushe permanent and pensionable, wanataka pesa yao muwaandike. Sasa wananiokolee ndoa bwana. Bibi anafikiria niko na mademu, wananitumia message usiku na ni watu wa UHC. Malizia hii watu mambo yao tafadhali, uokoe ndoa.
Hiyo mambo ya UHC tafadhali, wale manases na wale health workers wasaidiwe, waingiwe PMP.
And Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has dismissed claims by former DP Rigathi Gachagua that the nation will be grappled by post-election violence if President William Ruto emerges victorious in the 2027 presidential election. Murkomen says the election will instead be fair, peaceful and free of violence, further warning political leaders against making divisive remarks.
This country is not going to condone anybody who wants to burn this nation. We are going to do everything under the sun to make sure that for this period we serve this nation, we must keep our country safe. Ndio tukipeana baton to another person, tunapeana safe and secure country. We go under rule of law. And that is the team we work together. Hiyo ndio nilitaka niwashie. Usikuwe na wasiwasi. Hii vitisho na fitina niliona Murei kweli ya tumesema MCA wetu wa huko juu. Umesema kweli na ni vizuri tuzime moto ukiwa mbali na tuonyane kama viongozi na tuonyane kama wananchi.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side. It's Monday morning. Take a quick look at what's happening on the roads today. Getting into the third week of the month. A little bit of traffic starting to build on the Thika Superhighway. We'll see that as you get through towards the CBD, building up some more. Also, some traffic then building on Jogo Road. It's seeping in from Outer Ring. It's also starting to build on Kangunde Road. In and outbound traffic. It's going to take you all the way in and from Jiru this morning. Just now, still slim pickings. We'll keep an eye on things as they get through the morning, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 6 minutes after... Okay, let's invert that. 9 minutes after 6 o'clock. That's the kind of day that it looks like it's going to be. Getting into Monday morning. A very, very, very good morning to you. Dennis Okari.
It's a miracle I'm here.
I know. I want to touch you to say it's actually you.
Oh my God.
Say it. What is it?
No. I'm just getting the hang of it. You know, before coming on air, I was asking you, what time do you sleep? What time do you wake up? Like, just getting used to that, biological clock.
I know.
Yeah, trying to figure out, okay, so how do I balance everything around me?
What time should you sleep?
And stay sober. I slept at, I think, past 1 in the morning.
Yeah, that's not going to work, man.
Yeah, it's not. But I think I'll just figure it out. Yes. And today you're in pink.
Yes. Today I'm in pink. I don't know how long we can sustain this.
Oh, your microphone cover is pink. You're in pink.
You know, this thing is actually supposed to be red.
What thing?
The mic cover. Once upon a time,
it was red.
It was red. Like Mark Bichachi's shirt.
Almost pink.
This almost, is not maroon?
No, dear.
It is?
That's wine red.
That's wine red, actually.
Hey, Dennis.
I told you the colors.
Your eyes, my goodness.
It is wine red. Yeah.
Ladies, if you are interested, a second to a man recognizes color.
When you've been doing TV for 20 years, you realize that whenever you're going to buy shirts, there are things that don't work out.
Yeah.
Actually, a funny story. The first time I anchored news on KTN, I bought a suit from a supermarket. I'll never forget the price. It was I think 4,599.
4,000.
Yes, from a supermarket, because I'd never worn a suit before. Then I got a light grey. It was not the light grey you're thinking. It was almost like an iron sheet, shining.
no.
So I came on air, I was blazing white. I looked like an angel on screen.
Hallelujah,
I was pulled by the ME, and I was told, and actually Manzu was there, I remember. And Manzu was told, can you show Dennis where to buy nice suits whose colors are good on TV?
5,000.
That was my first lesson.
You 5,000 suits.
No, 4,499.
Well, I'm being generous.
With the extra 401 shillings. Oh my goodness.
So that's when I started understanding colors.
There you go. It does a thing, I'm telling you.
Well, I do not want to recognize colors.
And how are you this morning?
I'm fine.
You're fine?
Yeah.
You can see?
Just haven't slept, but okay.
Okay, so two of you gentlemen have not slept last night. What is the problem?
Well, mine is I had an issue to handle that took longer than expected.
In the middle of the night? Or you're a comms guy? So.
You know, when your best friend gives you one of those calls for no questions asked?
You go?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Those ones. But there were no dead bodies being buried.
Thank God. And nobody was sitting behind in the slammer?
No.
Okay. But your weekend was good?
Perfect. Perfect.
Super.
Felt like 3 days.
Slept like 3 days.
Felt like 3 days.
Felt like 3-day weekend. Okay.
Friday crashed out during the day.
It
slept 3 hours when the sun is so hot.
It needed to happen. Don't worry, you guys, you'll get used to this. Worry not.
So why did the microphones turn, what is this, pink?
This now looks like almost fuchsia. They used to be red. I don't know. It's the thing, I guess, over time and with wear and then use and then cleaning and then somebody taking to
wear and tear.
Yeah,
looks like a
materials that should not be used on the microphone.
Looks like a preacher's microphone.
What's the difference between a normal microphone and a preacher's microphone?
A preacher's microphone.
Yeah.
With a mic cover.
I say ya.
Just Google.
I say ya.
I don't know that the microphone has been complimented or
abused.
A series of sermons.
Yeah. It's going to take a beating, proper one, isn't it?
It reminds me
it's called power.
It reminds me of our guest and how preachers misuse their voice. Remember?
Yes.
I am surprised we did not trend that day.
And we did not get some backlash over that.
Thank goodness.
Say to your neighbor good morning. Say to your neighbor good morning again. Good grief. And that's where we are. Very good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. We're getting into the third week of May. Today, remind me, is the 19th of May? 18th of May?
19th.
Yeah. I don't know what it is with 2025 and me never being able to get my dates.
Since 2020, time has been moving faster than it should. For me, at least. Yeah.
So the last 5 years have gone by in a blur. And those are some of the things that we are having to deal with, I guess, with the passage of time. We're getting into conversations this morning, and let me tell you what, you guys, there's an article in the paper today that has worried me. It's shook me, and of course we're going to share that later on as we look into the headlines. But it forms the basis for a conversation that we're going to be having this morning at 8 o'clock about the school capitation crisis. Janet Okoh, who's a former CEC education in Nairobi County, and she's the current she's the current director at Tunza Mtoto Coalition. She's also an education expert. She's going to join us at 8 o'clock. But what we are doing with education in this country is, in the public sector, is, I don't even know. I just feel like we're playing Russian roulette with the lives of children. And we'll share that article later, but we'll also have this conversation with Janet Okoh at 8. Before that, we will have a conversation at 7 a.m. with Charles Owino. Remember him?
Yep.
He is now the chairman of the National Communication Center, and we know what they do. They essentially handle comms for the country. He used to be the police spokesperson. We're going to be looking at opposition and the future of Kenya's political landscape. Maybe a thing or two that he has an idea about. We know that he did run for CI County Senator position, wanted to, or something like that. But we'll be having that conversation with him at 7 a.m. At 9 o'clock, we're going to round it off with Deputy Governor of Migori County, Dr. Joseph Mahiri. We'll be looking at the Finance Bill 2025 as we continue to look at this, why deputy governors are pushing for more allocation. Surprise, surprise? No. But we'll look into that and look at the intrigues all around that. So that lines up our conversations for today. 7 o'clock, we look into politics. 8 o'clock, we look into education. And then we look into the Finance Bill and what the DGs are saying. That's what lines up our conversations for this morning. To Mark and Dennis with you today into Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Ednah, Iko, wewe sawa? Bas, thumbs up all around and white teeth. Have you seen Ednah's teeth? They're very white. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. Arsenal won, sawa.
Arsenal won what?
Football.
Oh, okay. What exactly did they win?
What did they win? A match? Premier League match over the weekend. They played and they won. Sawa.
You know, I am glad to be among the very few men who do not care what white people do with circular things.
It's not just white people, though. There are quite a number of African players in the Premier League.
Yeah. Still don't care.
You must be a Man U fan, Ednah.
No. But I really, really do not care about football.
Oh, really? What sports are you interested in, Mark?
Man, Kitambo, it used to be basketball, Formula One. Now I really don't care about things that don't affect life seriously.
So you don't bother? Okay.
That's 2 hours of your weekend back.
Okay.
Right there.
So.
Emotional energy restored. No pain for Arsenal fans. Siju Man U fans. Siju, you are capless. Why do you need caps? I do not know.
Okay, we understand at least where your position is and where it lies. So, we're going to say good morning to you this morning. Definitely in a minute. We can see you guys are trickling through many questions. Worry not, CT is fine. He's in good health. A leave is needed every now and then, guys. Remember what we said. You unplug the cable and then you plug it back and then everything starts to whir as normal. So worry not. Sawa sawa. We'll get into that shortly. Mark, you're going to tell us what country you're in this week, are you not?
Yes, I am.
All right. And we'll look at today's proverb and then we'll say hello to you in just a bit.
You sure? Okay, so 10 marks. Guess which country we are in, Dennis.
Oh, stop it. Oh, for Dennis, okay.
So last week we were up north. Let me take a guess. We're going west.
West. We are going south.
Oh, that was my first option.
Always go with the first thing.
I know.
Yes. And this country, I first met, the first national I ever met of this country, told me that she was from Mozambique.
Mozambique?
Yeah. And it took me a while to find out where Mozambique is. Well, it's down south. It had a very interesting youth uprising after the elections, where the winner got 64%, the loser got 24%, and all the youth were out to complain. How this is an important fact. I leave it to everyone to guess. You've gotten the proverb? That was a Kenyan one.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for the proverb.
No, but have you gotten the Kenyan proverb?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good. Just making sure. By being a grateful man, right, one makes himself deserving of yet another kindness.
Before you do what?
By being a grateful man, one makes himself deserving yet of another kindness.
True. It's often said, isn't it, that if you're grateful, if you're appreciative, if you're thankful, you've basically charted a course for other blessings to come your way.
Yep.
It's an opener as opposed to complaining, which is a blocker. Yeah.
That's quite a mouthful. I think I'll lean towards what you sow is what you reap. So, if you know that scripture that talks about give and it will be given back to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Exactly. That's what is coming to my mind. So there are things that will just follow you without praying, without struggling, without forcing things, just because of being good.
Yes, preachers, that's how you should sound. So we all said amen.
Hallelujah.
But you know, for me, when I was reading this yesterday, you know what I thought about? There are certain people who when you help, around the third, fourth time, it becomes an entitlement. And then they complain why you don't pick their calls. They complain why you're not sending them money. They complain when you send too little. They complain
when you send too little?
They complain when you don't send enough. You know, in fact, my favorite one, and shout out to the person who did this, because I still don't pick your calls. One time I'm in ICU, and of course you don't have your phone for a while. So when I finally got it back after 2-3 days, someone texted me, "Oh, why didn't you pick my call? Oh, I was in ICU. Oh, okay. So when you're done with ICU, will you still send me the money?"
Oh, wow.
Yes. So such people become undeserving of extra generosity. You understand? So if you're hearing me and I don't answer your calls, you fall under the above categories: unworthy of future gratefulness, gifts, and help.
That I think you needed that moment to get that out.
No. No, not that I ghosted them. I told them.
Mark, heal. No, heal, my brother. Heal.
No, I'm healed. I'm fine. I just happen to have a very laissez-faire way of telling people to take very long walks over short bridges. Yes.
Sawa Basi, have you heard? This is what Mark's telling us this morning. All right, guys, we can see you tuned into the room this morning. Shall we say hello to you? And I know you have many questions, and here we are. Very good morning, Linus Gitonga. I say Linus. Sawa.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Potato.
Oh, okay. Don Sawa says, perhaps fearing rekindling 2024 Gen Z protest, the Finance Bill 2025 is framed as a moderate reform, but its print reveals deeper troubling burdens to Kenyans. Good morning, Spice team. It's a problem. Good morning, Desmond Ortiz, the Spices and Spicies, wishing the 14th the best work ahead. Okay. Anyway, nikama hawa watu wanamogopa nani Poplio. You're mixing many things here, Dennis. Or rather, Desmond. Riggy G, why are they bad-mouthing him so much? Who? Harambe SpiceFM team. Okay, Cyprian, we see you. Good morning. Robin Tobogo is tuned in from Ombaso this morning, and you said you forgot to go to Ednah. Ednah, hi. Bas, she has been greeted. Oh, she has even greeted you, you see? Jimmy Gakio says, good morning, Team Spice. Georgia Dimo is tuning in from Ndori Asembo. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, everyone. Now, Apenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Bernardito says, good morning. CT's not back yet. Worry not. Jimmy Munuthi says, good morning, Spice FM. Our political leaders toned down now. The rhetoric is getting out of hand. Cindy, it's crazy. Anne Gore says, good morning, tuned in from the beautiful city of Nairobi. And good morning, Spice. Watching from Portland in Oregon is Masharian Jeru. He says, all systems are broken in Kenya. All systems. Jimmy Wekesa says, good morning from Munich. Matthew Lissandro says, Nakuru, we are tuned. Good morning, and good people wishing you a happy new week. Good morning from the Pearl of Africa. He said, Daniel, we see you over here to the west. Good morning, Team Spice. A blessed new week to get into it. I feel the Situation Room has grown a lot to warrant extra airtime. Thank you, young Jetty. Conversations like the show closed on Friday need to happen a lot more, indeed. It was an eye-opener and hopefully will save lives in the future. This is what we want. This is what we strive for every day, to make sure that we are making some things front and center and that they are paid attention to. That's why we talk. That's why it's important. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. King Dave Lubale, good morning, lovely ones. It's a new season and a day. May fresh anointing flow on us all. Good morning and amen. Good morning, Princess Ndu, Dennis, Mark, and Edna. How's our elder? He's okay. The statement by Wamunyoro, albeit tragic and despicable, it might become reality in 2027. Alisema nini kwani? Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning, Team Spice. The way the president is postponing his tour to Kambani is worrying. You are worried that he may not come. He will come. You don't worry. Agola, you've just told us say hi to us. Agola, we feel bad if you don't. Munan and Jerry is tuned in this morning. Hello, good morning, everybody, says Jose. Abere Bethwell is also tuned in here. King and Kim says, good morning, everybody. Eda Tatu, good morning, Dr. Eda. Those Friday stories were very touching. Every Kenyan has a medical trauma story, including myself. It is true. I think it's important also for us to have these conversations, for people to download and offload. Engineer Karaoke says good morning, and says, CT, while you were away, CT Bado, he's coming. Monica Oile, we see you, good morning. Berhane, good morning, tune in from Addis. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, locked in from Malindi. Let's preach medical ethics. Agola, he, that's suit bana. Yeah, it's, in fact, we shall call it Dennis's Mabati suit.
That he picked from a supermarket in Kilgoris.
For 4,499.
You want Kilgoris? Oh my God.
Please go get your Huduma number. Do you know where Kilgoris is? Even.
What do you mean? Of course I do.
Which way do you go when you get off Mombasa Road to go to Kilgoris?
You need to travel this country well.
I think
by road.
I think I've been to many places by road. I would like to go to a lot more.
By road?
Yeah, I would love to do a road trip. I love road trips. If the road is good.
There are places you'll go to in this country and you will stop and wonder, am I still in Kenya?
Yeah.
Like, when you look at Kenya in a map, looks like a very small country until
you get on the road
to very deep places and meet different cultures, and you wonder whether you're still in Kenya.
I mean, I've been to quite some places.
Where there's electricity.
No. Even some places where some places. Well, look, I went to do a story on FGM. It was a really interesting ones, and so we couldn't do the story during the day, obviously, because it was still shunned. So we went in the dead of night, literally, no power. All you could hear were the cows' bells, ding, 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 ding. And these women sat around and they said, you want to have a conversation with us about circumcision? We circumcise you first, my sister, and then we can tell you these things. So you can imagine how well that story went.
Did you file the story?
Let me just tell you that I filed the story. I did, but I had. It was interesting that we eventually had the conversation with the men. Crazy. Wow. And the woman who gave a story had to hide. Anyway, I have stories for you. Anyway, Mutuflani, we see you. Good morning. My take agrees with you, Mark, that we should be talking about, I don't know, somebody's Seals as opposed to Manchester United and Arsenal. We should be talking local sports first.
True.
Brian Rono is tuned in this morning. Mercy Javan. I'm seeing some names that we don't see often, and I'm very glad to have you here in the room every morning as you do. Hilary Ogato tuned in. Judy Waweru, good morning, my sister. You're looking good and bright. Thank you so much. Frederick Omutiti, good morning to you. Robinson Kisero is tuned in. Dennis Dianga tuned in this morning as well. Did I miss out on anybody? Washoga Toto, good morning. Rogers Lai, Brian Rono, Zach Okoh, Danstan Langat. My take, we see you. Good morning. Sir George Gashoiri, Christina A, good morning to you, sister. Stella, no, he did not. He shall be back. Cyprian Kambuni is tuned in this morning. Tiny Village is here as well. Many more people tuned in and are online this morning. Karibuni Sana, lovely to have you in the room and getting into Kenya's biggest conversation for this Monday. All right, we're going to look into the headlines and then come back and look at what the weather is saying for this Monday morning and also what traffic looks like. But in the meantime, let's look at the bold newspaper, The Standard. The headline: Captured Justice. Legal experts and political analysts are raising concerns about a growing trend in the justice system where individuals who break the law and sing the regime's praises appear to have a smooth run in the corridors of justice. In contrast, President William Ruto's critics are treated more harshly. Observers now say the legal system is being weaponized against dissenters. Okay, that's what the headline is. We'll look into the details of that story. So there was, ruckus yesterday, and Martha Karua, who's a party leader of the People's Progressive Liberation Party, went to Dar es Salaam to seek to start to represent one remanded Tundu Lissu. Yes. She was held at the airport for a number of hours, upon which she was told she cannot enter into Tanzania, beyond the airport, of course. And then she was deported after that. His trial begins today, but she's been denied entry to support him, essentially to provide legal counsel. We'll look into the details of that as well, because it's quite something. Save us from Saudi Arabia nightmare is another headline. This thing still continues. It doesn't stop, man. And also we're looking at an education system which is about to change. This one, we're going to look at it properly in just a short while. What does it say? Inside secondary schools shake up in preparation for CBC transition. just when we've not even finished transitioning, we're transitioning some more. Senate, National Assembly rivalry heightens over legislative power. So those are some of the headlines that we see this morning. We'll go into the details of those. For now, we're going to take a break. We'll look at weather, traffic, and then come back and look at the meat of these stories. Sawa. It's 29 minutes to 7. This is the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It'll be mostly sunny in Nairobi today, currently at 16. It's partly sunny at 15 in Nakuru and partly sunny at 16 in Nyeri. Eldoret is partly sunny at 13 with sunny conditions at 24 already in Mombasa. And in Malindi, it's raining at 24, mostly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with partly cloudy conditions at 17 in Kakamega. It's partly cloudy at 21 in Kampala, while sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. 10 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny. It's 15 and cloudy in Addis Ababa. Clear skies in Lagos at 25 and partly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa. We're looking at a sunny Monday at 24 in Beijing, while it's cloudy at 9 in Paris. It's cloudy at 10 in London, and Sunday night is cloudy at 19 in New York. Coming into Monday, highs of 23 and lows of 14.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
And just like that, it has started to build up quite some on the Thika Superhighway, coming in heavy through towards Survey and then towards the Pangani underpass. There's some traffic there. Kiambu Road also looking pretty busy right about now. Kangunda Road traffic in and outbound is a little bit sticky, and we're seeing the Eastern Bypass traffic has started very early this Monday morning. Outer Ring in and outbound will be a beehive of activity from what we can see now. This traffic incoming from Naivasha Road is going to touch on Gong Road a little bit. The Southern Bypass doesn't look bad at all. We're going to keep an eye on all of this as we get into traffic hour. We'll talk Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 26 minutes to 7. Looking at some of these details of some of these stories. You want to go, Dennis or Mark? Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the stories that I'd really like to highlight is this thing of savers from Saudi Arabia nightmare. And I know that there's politics, there's everything, and we've discussed this thing many, many times. But there's an angle of it that worries me most. It's how many of them still come back to poverty. You know, you are risking your life, right? Risking all forms of abuse we've read about. And then you come back to the country, having sent money to your relative in Kilgoris. And they didn't build the house you expected.
Yeah.
Or the savings you came with didn't stretch as far as you expected. And the transformation you expected in life did not happen. And that's one of the worst things that could happen. You leave your kids, you leave your family, you go 4 or 5 years, you come back, and there's nothing at all to show for it.
If you come back alive.
Yes. And if your mental state is still able to process life.
What does that say of the people that you were counting on to make sure that your stuff is in order?
Yes.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, can you trust those people with money that is not their own?
It's very hard. It is hard. Are you making a link between then what people are able to do when they come from these positions and what they're earning? So the question then, is the grass really then greener on the other side? That this money that you say you don't have here, that you're going to cross, and go across over to get, is it significantly life-changing that you'll say, the only way that I was going to then be able to change my life, to shift the thing for my family, was by going to this country?
And therefore,
so maybe that's the deeper question.
And
is
therefore,
really
was
better?
the risk worth it?
Was the risk of these people who are saying, in this story, for example, because the title of the report is Locked In, Left Out, The Hidden Lives of Kenyan Domestic Workers in Saudi Arabia. Let's be honest, this money that they're being paid, I looked at the numbers, it is between 35 and 55,000 shillings.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you're lucky, it gets up to 80,000.
If you're lucky.
Yes.
But mostly we're playing there between that 35, 40,000 that they're earning per month.
Yes.
Which many would say is a far cry from what they would be able to earn when they were here, if they got the job. However, what happens when they are there? That there are too many stories of this abuse for it to be what the CS for Labour and Social Protection told us here, that, the people who get abused or whatever are people who have left their employment that they left Kenya to go and secure. I don't. Those were the words that he spoke. That the stories that we're hearing of abuse and death are those who left their prearranged agreement where they went to work. We know that is not the case, right? So the question remains: is the risk worth all of this? That and people continue to go. The people say, I've never been able to get a job more than 10,000, 15,000, and here's somebody who's going to pay me 35,000 for at least 2 years. But then do we see that after the 2 years your life has significantly changed for the better?
So if you speak to some of these girls, because I've helped a few come back into the country, you need to understand where they're coming from. So number one, when they're promised that if you go to this country, you'll make between the range of 40 to 50,000. Actually, 50 is a lot. For most cases, it revolves around 25,000, to be honest. There's one girl I know personally who left the country, very gifted, couldn't get a job in Kenya, and opted to go to Saudi Arabia to earn 25,000 Kenya shillings when you do the exchange rate. And it is because of trying to find hope. But unfortunately, hope is not a strategy. Okay? So they go there thinking, I'm going to do this job, but there's also a likelihood I might maybe get something else. I might find other opportunities. You know how you hear people go to the States? You're going there to do one job, but you end up doing 5 jobs.
Yes.
So that's how they're able to, get all the money that they're being paid and then coming and reinvesting the same amount back in the country. In Saudi Arabia, it works differently. But we need to understand the kafala system. And the reason why you keep hearing a lot of these cases coming, especially from this particular nation, is understanding that when someone goes to Saudi Arabia, you're working for this person. They have this disproportionate power because they sort of own you. It's like modern day slavery, in my opinion.
It is.
Because what happens is your legal status, everything about you is tied to your employer, to this person. So it's short to say they own you. So they can mistreat you, they can abuse you because they own you. That's why they'll take your passport, they will take away your dignity and everything because they own you. And so once we understand the whole kafala system and how it's embedded in the employment structure, then it'll begin to make more sense. But how many of these girls are told about the system?
That's it.
Not even just told about the system. There's some basic economic fundamentals. What is the opportunity cost, right? If you were to tell me I go to the States to earn 150,000, or I stay in Kenya and earn 70,000, which is less than half of 150, I'll stay in Kenya, because no one tells you how lonely you'll be there, right? Let's start psychological. Even before abuse, you'll be lonely. 2, you'll be in a culture that does not appreciate you because you're in a minority, right? 3rd, even the entertainment available to you is not there. Those are just social things. Then you come into the actual money. You've got 150,000 in the States. How much is food?
How much is, okay, so assuming that you're paying your own rent.
Yes.
Depending on where you live in the States, you're spending upwards of depending on where you live.
Yes.
And we're saying if you're living in lower Missouri or Maine, Midwest, the US, is where you can get away with paying $600, $700
yes.
in a month, which by the way is already your 80,000.
Exactly.
70,000.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're not being told what is going to happen, which is why when they go to the States, they end up flipping burgers, washing toilets, and doing all manner of things to be able to survive. Then after you're done with all that, what do you actually save? You just end up in credit, right? Yet you could stay in Kenya with your 70,000 and do less, do more, stretch your money and go further. When you go to Saudi Arabia, even before the kafala system, the mental anguish you're going to go through, even if these people don't abuse you, the fact that much of that money you will not see it reinvested back in the country in a meaningful way most of the time. Some have actually done very well. Then you realize that we as a country don't need to start saying, oh, don't go there, you'll be abused, whatever. We need to say that Kenyans have enough dignity not to be shown the inhumanity that entire system is.
Can we just say it as it is?
Yes.
That the truth of the matter is that when we look at the divide between some of these nations and Africans, at the end of the day, Africans are considered a lower class.
Exactly.
That is just the truth.
Yes.
Because another country where you have mass workers who go to the Gulf states is Singapore.
Yeah.
But the Singaporean government, for example, makes sure where are you going? You're going to point X. We know who that is. We know how you're treated. We do regular check-ins. Why is there a difference?
Yes.
The Singaporeans are the biggest population of au pairs in the Gulf region. Why? Why?
Because it's safe.
Exactly. It's safe for them. They're protected by their government.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is that Africans, black Africans, in this day and age, are still looked on as 3rd to 4th class citizens. It is the truth. It sounds ugly, but it is the truth.
And even in caste systems, you're below the lowest caste. The thing is this. Me, I'm tired of seeing these reports of savers from Saudi Arabia and things like that. Kenya should ban people from going to Saudi Arabia for certain jobs. That's what we should do.
Not even certain jobs. For me, I think, because we've had these stories far too many times, it's just coming up with a policy. Because no matter what you do, every woman who goes to Saudi Arabia, they will often find themselves, well, there are some that are actually treated very well. I've seen cases where you'll find there are women who will talk about how their employer, they treat them very, very well. But you're talking about a situation where you have little legal protection when something goes wrong. And there's actually a quote I'm reading here where, they called us monkeys, like it. When you talk about Africans, the children or the wife of the employer would say it is because we are black, So there's the racism factor. It's always been there. But, the whole kafala system, which ties the migrant workers' legal status to the employer. So effectively, you can't fix that by opening the floodgates and letting people go. Yeah. But look at the state of our country recently. When we were told, okay, we've found jobs for you, look at how many people turned up in that church, young people. Do you want to stand and tell them, oh, there are these risks, this is high risk, they will not listen to you, because what you will find with a lot of people who go there, they're in a desperate situation. They'd rather get out of this hole, quote unquote, than stay here and hope something changes. You'd rather go anywhere else in the world than stay in Kenya.
That's the thing. We cannot say that our own country is worse than the risk of what is happening specifically in this Saudi Arabia.
But imagine that's what's being said.
No, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
We need to have some dignity. This is the thing that we refuse to give to ourselves as Africans. Dignity. Dignity.
I hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, that country is not Singapore. It's actually the Philippines. And I switched the two, but you're right. My take, it actually is the Philippines. So we're looking at the largest majority of au pairs in the Gulf actually come from the Philippines.
Yes.
But in terms of what they do strategically from their government in terms of protection, it is very clear. It's a G2G agreement that if we're going to bring our people here because they can, this and this will happen, or this and this will not happen, you know, and they're very clear on that. But I do hear you. But this is the thing. It's like for me, it's the same principle as the Mitumba thing. You say you don't want people to wear Mitumba. You want them to buy Kenya, buy local, right? But then what are you doing with your industry to ensure that people can afford it? Can you then look at a situation whereby with 1,000 shillings, a family then is able to buy clothes for children to go back to school in the Mitumba industry, right? In that sector? Yes. Do you have a local industry whereby with 1,000, okay, maybe because you say, okay, even with 5,000 shillings, can you dress your entire family? No, you can't. That's the truth. In this situation where we say it is undignifying, the jobs that these young women, largely it's young women, who are going to get, it is undignifying what happens to them. I mean, there are horror stories. Half of the stuff that happens doesn't make it into these reports. And it's terrible, terrible stuff if you read about it. But has an environment so conducive where people can stay here being created whereby they don't have to think about leaving. It's the same principle.
You know, it even goes to me to a more basic level. Let's take the East African community. Just the East African community. You want to tell me they cannot tell Saudi Arabia that if our people are not treated in this way, there'll be this and this consequence?
Of course they can, but Mark, these are people within the East African community.
You can only do that when, as a country, you have bargaining power on the table.
No. There's something called dignity. And let me tell you, when Singapore started, right? Do you know the story of Singapore, especially after it was kicked out of unity was it with Malaysia or Indonesia, one of the two? Do you know what it had to do? Simply decide that there'll be a people with dignity. That's why Lee Kuan Yew started. That's why you are given 10 strokes of the cane when you pee in Singapore. Dignity. Dignity does not need you to have the bargaining chip.
Let me tell you something. You know what? If we had our ducks in a row, and that's why in this comment that my take is making, I actually do agree with it. If we had our ducks in a row, if we that kind of respect, you don't beg for it.
Yes.
It is just accorded to you by nature of the way in which you operate. Yes. I'm the one who allows you to treat me the way you do. I show you how to treat me.
Exactly.
So now you don't, if your people are all running here, there's something. Yeah. The people who are on the receiving end will say, well, there's something they're running away from. Then they're desperate. So we can use them as we like. It is the same thing, whether it is jobs in the Gulf, whether it is seated around the table, whether it is looking at how we get permanent or non-veto seats at the United Nations. It is the same principle. How we negotiate for aid, how we say that, oh, give us don't make our loans dollar denominated. It is the same principle. Yes. It's the same thing across board. So it is, you sit under the table and get the crumbs. You get the crumbs for international aid. You get the crumbs for trade negotiations. You get the crumbs for your people coming to work in these countries.
You know, look at Traore, right? What does that country have to negotiate? The French airlines told them, oh, we're not going to fly to your country. They said, cool. 6 months later, they were begging to come back. They charged them a fee. Dignity is possible even in poverty. Let's understand that. There's an ability of the human being to stand up. And that's why I like the name Burkina Faso, the land of the upright people. People who stand correctly. Now, if you go over there as a country with begging bowl, then you send your citizens as beggars. No wonder it is your nationals that are targeted for abuse.
That's why you have a young woman in a domestic setting working in the Gulf, and they can beat her to within an inch of her life. She's sexually abused, and they know this. It is not hidden.
Yeah.
And that tomorrow there will be more people who are coming to that same country having known that story. That's why they'll look and say, they'll keep coming. Yeah. There's no problem. Yeah.
Exactly. And Gandhi rescued a whole of India, but the India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, right, from the British, without ever having to shoot a bullet, because he decided we're going to be a people who have dignity, some standing.
It's true. It's true. Look, this thing can actually be solved. It just depends on when you're ready to solve it.
Yeah,
it can.
Let's discuss something.
One thing that I don't know how it will be solved, and this is my pet thing, by the way, and I don't know, I just feel like we're hurtling into an abyss. We now are looking at shaking up in preparation for CBC transition. Now, next year is the first year where there will be an incoming curriculum, while an outgoing curriculum is still in operation. Right? So the grade 10s go into senior secondary school. And remember, we still have, we'll have the last Form 4s in 2027. So we'll have the first time since 1980s whereby you have two systems in schools running concurrently. Now, as though that were not enough with the kind of confusion that's going on. So the current grade 9s in this term are picking the pathways essentially that they will go into next year. They've decided that there will now be a funding model for secondary schools. Remember how swimmingly well the funding model for universities went and how that's just getting glowing tributes and is actually operating very well. Remember that?
Yeah.
Now, secondary schools are headed for a major shakeup. The pioneer class of CBC joins senior secondary school in January. It's expected to overhaul school funding this new transition, disrupt staffing patterns, and introduce entirely new subjects and structures, marking a seismic shift from the decades-old 844 system. Amongst those reforms, they're talking about this capitation thing. You see how that has worked so brilliantly? Every year we've given all the amount of money that's supposed to be due, and it has been paid on time, and there's no debt from capitation. Everything is up to scratch. They've now decided that they will introduce a new funding model similar to the university funding system. Technical and science pathways will attract more state funding due to higher delivery costs. Did you hear what I just said? Higher delivery costs. Now, there are declining student numbers in secondary schools, in public secondary schools, that more are going to the private system. Yeah. That is the truth. And they have now said that they will host just 3 classes instead of 4. That is already happening. The phasing out of Form 1 under 844 is expected to slash school revenue and force institutions to rethink their operating models. Basically, what's going to happen is that you will not have as much money going to the schools. Now, some boarding schools have said that they're going to introduce day wings. And now with a day wing, what you can do is that you would have a hybrid model that makes elite institutions more accessible and easing financial pressure on parents. So you can now bring students during the day to some of these public high schools. Sawa. But now what they're saying is that a plan is in the pipeline to overhaul the funding of students in secondary schools as the government proposes a model that mirrors the university funding. They've never been able to get this capitation thing right anyway. Okay? It went from 22,000, 17,000 when it's paid. But now they're saying we're going to go to another funding model whereby, we pay more money as though they have it. Look, I sound so staccato because I have a problem that we never seem to be able to do one thing well to completion. Then when you are trying to figure it out, whether the water is deep here or it's shallow here, or should I float or should I engage my swimming proper, then they say, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to change it altogether. I mean, for crying out loud. When do you expect these to... You see these grade 9s? Grade 9s right now are the guinea pigs that you tried in 2019 at grade 3. They got to grade 7 where you said we're going to do in primary school, maybe we're not going to domicile it, blah, blah, blah. They said, okay, they found their way, somehow swam to the shore. Now they're selecting pathways. And at that same time, you're also saying maybe we won't have exam fees, we're going to defund education. Then at the same time, we're going to introduce a pathway. How much drama can these kids take?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much do you want to deliver to them? Now you're just testing and trying. They're not lab rats. These are children who have foundations upon which this thing is supposed to be built, for crying out loud.
You know, the best way to make your business fail as an entrepreneur is change things too fast. Any business will fail. There needs to be a steadiness, a predictability to any movement you want to make, to any organized institution. The idea of CBE is great.
Yeah.
What we need is the steadiness of hand to keep certain things the same. You know, even if you're going through divorce, for your kids, you need to make sure you take a long time to stabilize them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't wake up on Tuesday, divorce your spouse on Wednesday, and then tell your kids on Thursday, then move them from Nairobi to Nakuru on Friday, and then on Saturday, introduce them to their new mother-in-law.
And let's all go to church on Sunday.
Yes.
You don't
and
do
praise
that.
the same Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You break it down, man, for goodness sake.
I mean, the whole, you know, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, because we've had these conversations in this country for far too long, I keep going back to the issue of every time we have a new government, there is always, you will always find this kind of what they call, you know, shakeups. So you have policy changes, policy reversals, the decisions that are made and the stakeholders that are involved. It's almost like we thrive in confusion.
Yeah.
And to some extent, I tend to feel the things that a government will do rushing through it, but when you are in that state of confusion, there is someone or there's some people are benefiting. Sorry, I'm always a skeptic. Okay, I'm always a skeptic. So I'm always,
Sure.
yes. So it's just natural for me. I keep looking at all these issues. You're looking at the infrastructure issue. You're looking at resources. The financial strain. Stakeholders are complaining they're not involved. These things are being discussed in boardrooms. Then when it comes to implementation, there's a serious issue. There is even a position where some teachers have no clue what they need to do.
Kabisa.
So you're changing an entire system. And when you change the entire ecosystem, the teacher is expected to be in class. You expect a smooth, almost instant transition.
Yes.
These things take years. Some of the institutions that shouldn't be touched and should be held very sacred, education is one of them.
Yes.
Because you mess up with the system, you're actually dealing with lives. You're dealing with children. You're not just changing policy to make it look so good on paper. Who does it satisfy? Because the attention is supposed to be these students. What quality are we giving them? What are we producing?
Absolutely.
You know?
And how do we come out at the end of it? And why should... It's one of the questions that you ask often, that I'm actually shocked that you're shocked. Why should we be shocked at a result of what is... Why are we surprised at the end of the day when we're not able to match, for example, careers to 1, 2, 3? Why are we surprised when now you take this thing on the international scene and then you hear that people are not versed in 1, 2, 3? Why are you surprised? Why are you shocked that what you put in, it's like, for goodness sake, if you put eggs, flour, sugar, milk in a thing, mix it up, put it in a pan, put it in the oven, after it comes out, you will get a cake. Why would you be surprised that you get a cake? What were you expecting? When you put in all this confusion into the minds of young people, what do you expect when they come out of... What do you expect? Why are we surprised at the outcomes? We're having this conversation with Janet Okoh later this morning, and we'll be able to get into that a little bit more, but we need to do better. I think that's going to be my phrase for the month. We must do better. It's 7 a.m.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Former Chief Justice William Mutunga was among high-profile Kenyans who were detained and denied entry into Tanzania yesterday. Now, Mutunga, together with two Kenyan activists, Hanifa Aden and Hussein Halid, were detained at the Julius Nyerere Airport, Dar es Salaam. This was hours after People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua said she was denied entry to Tanzania and deported back to Kenya.
At Mwalimu Nyerere International Airport, Dar es Salaam, where the three of us have been detained awaiting deportation. We thought that as citizens of Jumuiya we were free, but not yet uhuru. The great Mwalimu Nyerere, who welcomed all people, the oppressed of Africa. This is not what he must have envisaged, that we can be detained here. The common thread among us, we are guests of East Africa Law Society, and there is fear in this government of our dear Mama Suluhu about people who may be interested in the politically motivated cases against Tundu Lissu.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, on his part, has strongly condemned the deportation of Karua, calling the move a serious threat to democratic freedoms and regional integration within the East African community.
Mheshimiwa, just take this and I conclude. Mheshimiwa Martha Karua has exited Dar es Salaam because I have worked for a very large portion of my political life for integration of East Africa. And I, for example, believe the professions, the architects, the lawyers should have the right of establishment so that a Kenyan advocate can open offices in Dar es Salaam. But Martha Karua has been mistreated today. We stand in solidarity with her.
And Karua linked the deportation to her active involvement in advocating for the release of Chadema Party chairman Tundu Lissu, who was arrested in April and charged with treason after calling for electoral reforms at a public rally. Karua and her team were scheduled to attend a hearing at the Kisutu Magistrates Court today. Activist Boniface Mwangi claims that his life is in danger after armed men claiming to be police officers showed up at his hotel room in Dar es Salaam on Sunday night. The raid on Mr. Mwangi's hotel came a day after Kenyan People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua was arrested, detained and deported hours after they landed in Dar es Salaam. He said that armed men claiming to be police officers stormed his hotel, knocked on his door, asking him to step outside and talk, but he refused. It's however unclear if Mwangi was part of Karua's delegation. Mumias East Member of Parliament Peter Selassie is finally expected to be arraigned in a Nairobi court today. Selassie, who was arrested during his tour of the county of Isiolo, has been under police custody since Friday after sleuths believed to be from the DCI nabbed him along the Isiolo-Nanyuki road. The arrest came barely a week after the MP claimed to have escaped an attempt to arrest at a Ombaso hotel where he was booked during his ongoing presidential campaign tours in the county. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
All right, what's happening on the roads this morning? Getting into traffic hour in about half hour or so, but it is busy around the city. Traffic on the Thika Superhighway getting through towards Survey and then out towards the Pangani Underpass. It's coming in heavy from Githurai all the way from that Roiro Junction, and traffic coming in from the Eastern Bypass is then touching on the Thika Superhighway. It's busy on Kiambu Road coming in from DCI headquarters. The traffic has already started to build, and we're looking at traffic on Waiyaki Way coming into the city as well. It is a busy morning. It has started already. We'll take a break in a short while and see what happens as we get into traffic hour. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. A very good morning to you at 5 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation, and as we get into a new week, getting into May, I have to ask you, imagine having your trusted ally by your side always. Like how Mark woke up this morning and somebody said, Mark, I need you now, no questions asked, let's go. If we're going to end up in the slammer, if we're going to end up on the side of the road hitchhiking, so be it. That is the person that you want by your side. Well, guess what? I&M Bank is that partner. I&M is empowering you with the tools that you need to support your aspirations and turn them into realities. So, is it a new business venture? You want to start selling that thing? Or is it your child's education? Or is it securing your future? I&M Bank is here for you. So, they're flexible financial solutions with personalized guidance. Somebody's going to walk you through to make sure that that thing that you're trying to do, that they walk with you every step of the way. And we're saying we are on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. So you can experience the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M branch close to you. And remember that I&M Bank really is on your side. And this morning, our guest is already seated. I told you earlier, we will be having a conversation this morning with the chairman of the National Communication Center. His name is Charles Owino. Good morning.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
Better than you.
Better than me?
I suppose.
Well, we'll see in a short while. Karibu sana to the Situation Room.
Asante.
You're seated in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yes.
And before we get into matters around what the forecast is like on Kenya's political landscape, we go through the African country, and CT, who's not here today, normally comes back with a proverb from a different African country every day of the week. We'd like to share that proverb with you today, and Mark will tell you where it's from, and then we would love your interpretation of the same.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Karibu to the Situation Room.
Asante.
Now, these proverbs not only come from a country called Mozambique,
yes,
which I'm sure you know where it is,
yes,
but you know there are a group of 6 islands near Mozambique.
I'm not sure, but you will tell me more.
Well, according to the great sage CT, he says there is,
yes,
and I'm inclined to believe him. He's a brilliant researcher.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the proverb: by being grateful, a man makes himself deserving of yet another kindness.
Yes.
What is the interpretation?
Yes, what it simply means is that whenever you get an opportunity, and maybe you get it through support, if you are grateful many a times, you create an opportunity to be supported once more, if need be.
Yeah.
Compared to a situation where you've been supported in one way or another, and then you end up not getting grateful and maybe puking on somebody's shoe. Then definitely what happens is that you are calling for a situation where you may not be able to get similar support when you may need it. Yes.
Interesting. Spoken like a true communicator.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And again, a welcome to you. We last saw you, before this, of course, in other roles as the police spokesperson. And we're speaking to you this morning in your capacity as the chairperson of the National Communication Center. Now, even as we get into that, maybe into that conversation, give us a little bit of insight into what this National Communication Center actually does and what your role is here.
First of all, I'm not the chairman. I'm the head of the National Communication Center.
Okay.
It's a public service job. National Communication Center is a new center. It's still under development. It's still under the process because, the country did not have a national communication policy. Neither have we ever had a national communication strategy all this time. And strategy have a period, a time limit because you see, your policy may take longer, but depending on situation, you may keep on changing. But strategy must have a lifespan, maybe 3 years, 4 years. So what we are trying to do was to get an institution that would be able to, it is a repository, depository and advisory center that is able to coordinate all MDAs, ministries, departments, agencies. You've looked in the past, we have had situations where people trying to say the same thing, but saying it differently. And sometimes there are government agencies that ought to speak with one voice.
Okay.
So what happens is, like, for example, I give you an example of when we had the finance bill, the 2020, I think it was 2023, 2024, you find that if you look at not just the one which passed or the one which is on, if you get the explainer in the newspaper what comes from Treasury, very few people would be able to understand what is the implication of maybe what has been provided for in the bill. I give you an example of the 2023-2024, and then I'll also give you another example on 2024 on the same line, where you find that before, all civil servants upon retirement were subject to a tax of almost 30%. So if your lump sum is 10 million, then your 3 million goes. Then in that financial bill that we rejected, it provided that for any person who had worked for more than who had contributed for more than 21 years, was able to get his pension tax-free. That the 30% did not apply, or anybody who has been retired based on issues of sickness would also not be taxed. 21 years continuous payment in civil service would mean that even if you are employed at age 29, if you contribute for 21 years, that means at age 50. Civil service from age 50, you are eligible to ask for retirement and get your benefits. So you find that sometimes the way it is written in the finance bill, people are not able to understand some of those issues. Like now, this year, you find that in the retirement bit of it, you find that the issue of, it was only applying to civil service, but now it is even applying to corporate. Every person who goes for retirement is not subject to that 30%, the taxation which they are giving. There are also other issues. So you find that, for example, the center is supposed to look at, let's say, the finance bill, synthesize it in a communicable way that people would be able to understand what they are doing. Equally, you find that there are a number of issues, like, for example, in terms of government, a number of things are taking place. Like now, you understand we had this problem of how do you call it? The university. The fee structure in the universities, where they came up with what we call band.
The funding model.
The funding model, band 1, band 2, band 3, band 4, band 5. You will find that it's done in a way that ordinarily people may not understand what it is. It's advantage, it's disadvantage. And then you find that, for example, if you look at the funding structure, about 79% is payable by government and 21% is payable by parents. But the main question would be, when we analyze it, the main question would be, what is the problem? You would find that the problem is, like, for example, government is not, out of the 79%, there is no year from 2016, government only gives maybe 30% or 40% of that 79%. So it makes universities have a lot of problems. So these are some of the things that the center is supposed to do. To be an advisory center, you can advise government. We think this model has this problem. How can we adjust it? We also would advise the public, and equally the public would be able to get much of information from our website on our center. So it's supposed to be an advisory, depository. It's supposed to be depository, depository, and an advisory center. For government.
Interesting. And how then does that augur into the system of the government spokesperson and the secretaries of communication in various ministries and State House itself?
Yes.
And then what is this thing that monitors?
Advisory committee as well.
Yes. it is supposed to support all those organs. For example, if you are today talking about agriculture, or you are talking about housing, the pillars that the current government has put in place, or even if you are talking about health, what is supposed to happen is that the center is supposed to give real-time information, even in terms of statistics, in terms of what is going on. So the office of the government spokesperson is supposed to pick a lot of information. You are like a synthesizing team, a group that picks information, puts it together. So from that information, you find that even if you're a member of parliament and you want to talk about maybe a certain activity in government, then what happens is that you can go to our system and pick the real-time information, so that you find that every individual should be able to speak from the same line, the same voice, have similar statistics, not a situation where somebody wakes up and then you have imaginary information and you talk about it. When you go counter-checking, you find this information is not true. And that is where you find people start talking about government lying. So this is a center that is supposed to support all these institutions. This is where they're supposed to get their correct statistics, correct data, information, and then that should be able to support them in their communication. It's a supporting agency.
My question to you,
yes,
because I've interacted with you as a police spokesperson,
yes,
and we had a lot of engagements around police work.
Yes.
Now you are part of what you're doing as the chair of the National Communication Center.
The head of the National Communication
Center.
Yeah.
So, communication, in my understanding,
yes,
tends to be top down.
Yes.
But the current feeling is there's minimal feedback from citizens or from the public. You gave an example of the finance bill.
Yes.
There are obviously sentiments from the public. There is what the government was also trying to articulate.
Yes.
And you said that sometimes it's not presented well. It's not broken down into chewable bits, so to speak.
Yes.
My question is, do you feel that you are listening to the ground? Like I said, it's top down.
Yes.
You're communicating, but you're also getting feedback.
Yes.
Are you listening to the citizens of this country in matters of national interest? Are you doing a good job at it?
What I can say, I don't know whether you are asking as the head of the center,
yes,
or as government. You see, as an advisory center, we are supposed to pick all information. What government thinks is good, what government thinks is bad. Ours is advisory. We deposit, and we advise. I've given you just one example where you find that the funding model system for the university, where you find that Model 1, you are giving the government is, because we have two levels. We have help, the loan, and also we have the grant. So it was divided into two. So you find government is giving 70% grant, then 20%, 25% loan, then the parent 5%. That is in Model 1. Coming down up to the fifth model, where you find that government is giving 40% grant, 30% grant, 40% grant, 30% loan, and then the parent pays another 30%. So what happens is that when we look at, let's say, that kind of a model, you find that it has its advantages, it has its disadvantages. One area that we advised government was most students in the first time when the model was given, you find students in a village, they go to a cyber. And then they give their document. So what happens is that the information they are giving in the cyber is what the cyber person is feeling, not the correct information. So you found many students finding themselves in a wrong model. So that was area number one that we had to advise. That means we were listening to the problem of the public, because we were questioning how come children are getting themselves in wrong models. There are also children who do not want to admit they come from poor families. They don't want to feel the correct information, not knowing the implication. And lastly, a situation where you find that, yes, even if parents pay 100%, the 21%, and then government pays to pay the 79%, pays maybe 30% of that, universities are getting into problems. So you find that when we analyze a situation, the government, we have to advise the government on what they are supposed to do. But remember, they are top technocrats who will take who will make decision in some of the things they are doing. For example, we now have the issue of deductions of about 1.5% or 1.75% for housing, and the one for health. The information we are getting from civil servants is that their pay slips are overloaded.
Maybe the whole country, not just civil servants.
Yes. No, I'm saying, for example, from anybody that is getting deducted, the pay slip is overloaded. So our report back after we've listened to that is to advise government that this is the report from the public. So what will happen is at the end of the day, when government is coming up with policies, they look at the implication of the advice that we are giving them, and they'll make a decision on what should be done.
I am really puzzled.
Yes.
Because let's start with ministers.
Yes.
Ministers are advisors to the president.
Yes.
In their area of being delegated to.
Yes.
Right? We have PSs who do the same thing.
Yes.
Then we have the whole civil service infrastructure.
Yes.
From the treasury all the way to forestry, if you desire.
Yes.
Then we've got the office of each minister, which has advisors.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Then we've got the office of the president, which has advisors on any field the president chooses to have.
Yes.
Then we have our intelligence community,
yes,
which is able to filter the data, the information, all of those things, and sit daily with the president to advise him.
Yes.
And all of this advice, now including the NCC, which you had, is the problem really lack of advice?
No, I don't think so. You see, just like you've said that every ministry has its line. We are in the line of Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. And I want to give you the background why we came up with this. In the Ministry of Information and Digital Economy, we have two departments, the Broadcasting Department and the ICT Department. Under the Broadcasting Department, we have information officers and communication officers. Every ministry, we have information officers that have been posted to those ministries. And we also have communication officers who have been posted to those ministries. Now, the problem that we have faced as a Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy is that every minister, when they come with their communication advisors. So when they come with these advisors, those gentlemen who have been in the ministry as communication officers, who have been posted from the ministry, many a times, they are assumed. But remember, these are the guys who have the institutional memory. For example, if you have worked in this place for many years, there's a bit of institutional memory. A person can be brought who is, yes, your boss, but at the end of the day, there's need for your boss to consult you. So we had situations where our communication officers in ministries, when ministers come, they come with their communication officers. So you find that trench was giving us a hell of time, because you find that coordination is not there. And that is why now the ministry decided, no, what we do, because remember, the office of the government spokesperson was also in the ministry, but it went to office of the president. It's not in the ministry. Yes, it's in OP. It is not in the ministry.
Okay.
So, but when a problem arises, like when we had problems with Gen Zs and so on and so forth, you hear a problem saying that the ministry ends up getting blamed. We are not communicating. So in order to coordinate communication in the whole government, they said, no, let's have a center where we can do repository and depository for all ministries. And then now the ministries can work. The ministry would know exactly what the ministries are doing in terms of communication for purposes of coordination. So it is not advice per se to the head of state, but it is a way of aligning our communication system. Remember, politically, we have various levels of communication, because within the State House, we must have a communication officer, head of communication. We have the spokesperson for State House, who majorly does work for the president and the State House duties. We have the government spokesperson in a different place. We have the Minister for Information and Communication. So there was need for us to come up with a center that would be able to coordinate all these institutions, not advisory directly to the president.
So does the overarching message, whatever it will be at whatever juncture, is it does it stay away from what the political side of things are? Because the message that comes across right now in Kenya today, I mean, we can talk about the brick and mortar in terms of what is supposed to happen, but the message that is coming across to Kenyans today is highly political. It is about wants and intents of what is going to happen in the next election. Is that part of what should be steered towards the minds of Kenyans right now? Or is it what government is or is not doing?
You see, the ideal situation ought to be after elections, government should work for 5 years. And then we start our politics at the end, at the time when now elections is supposed to take place. But you see, we have had a situation where we have been all through, I think from since we came up with multi-party democracy, from 1992, we have had a situation where we carry out elections and immediately after elections, campaigns start. And I can tell you, it's not even at the national level only. Even if you go to constituencies, even wards, an MCA has been elected. A year down the line, you find there are about 6 people coming to that ward, attending funerals, attending arambes, attending church functions, campaigning. They want to become MCAs. At the level of constituencies, also you find somebody has just been elected. The following year or within 6 months, there are about 10 people who are also looking for this seat. They are out there carrying out arambes. They are out there in churches. They are out there in funerals. It moves like that. Gubernatorial, the same.
Why do you think that is?
If we go to presidential, also there are people aligned who want to become presidents. You see, what I can say is that our politics somehow has not matured much, but it is also encouraged by the public.
How?
I give you an example. If you go where I come from, like let's say in Luo Nyanza, it's very clear that no matter your ability, no matter your articulation, no matter what you try to put forward, it is very difficult. You will talk to the public, but at the end of the day, they'll ask you, but what is Jacom saying? You see, it's public has encouraged that. Save for the constituents where I come from, that twice we have elected a non-ODM MP, David Ochieng of Ugenya, for 2 occasions. It's a very peculiar situation.
And David is a peculiar politician as well.
Yes, it's a very peculiar situation that has happened. But majorly, you find that it is the public at the end of the day. Like now, people will talk. You will hear about this candidate, about that candidate, about that candidate. But I can tell you, at the end of the day, when people go to vote, you will find people voting for their person. And this idea of voting for our person, that a Luo cannot just vote a Kamba or just vote a Kikuyu without a coalition, because I'm sure 2027 we'll see coalitions. You will find even you may find there may be no UDA or it may not exist. You've seen what has happened there may be no ODM, there may be no Wiper. You've seen what has happened since since the time for Kibaki. I think they came with it was Rainbow.
He was in DP.
He was
then
in
it was
DP.
the Rainbow Coalition. It was NAC, then Rainbow Coalition.
Yes.
Then 2007 it was PNU.
Yes.
Versus ODM Pentagon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then going forward again, now we had the COD and URP and Jubilee.
Yes.
So you can look at our politics. It's not, if we have not grown like where you find in UK, we have consistently the Labour and the other one is what? The Conservative Party.
Yes.
And maybe some minor parties. You go to US, we have the Democratic Party and the Republicans.
And
so
some minor parties, yeah.
I think we need to, the public need to change. It's the politicians will never change landscape. it's the public that will change landscape.
How
unless
so?
Unless we are very lucky, one day to get a politician that would be able to whip Kenyans across. But basically, every politician goes for his interest. And if the public allows, then the situation continues. You don't expect politicians to come and fix your problem.
How do you suppose, or how do you propose that would happen? We're going to take a break in a short few minutes, but how do you propose that would happen? That the public then would essentially then be able to change the tide, where it is clear that politicians, to a certain extent, will only engage in this real politic because of personal expediency, as opposed to securing and protecting the livelihoods of Kenyans. How do you think that Kenyans would actually change that?
Kenya is in a very good position, because if you look at our level of literacy, it's quite good. People have gone to school, and we need to take advantage of our levels of literacy to, you see, for example, if you look at most of the appointments, you find that people will go to certain lines, support a particular individual, because he knows if this person gets a position, then I'll be able to get an appointment in this position. So you find that what would happen is that we are looking for a situation where the public would be able, you would find a situation, like for example today, if we have the sitting president, and then he wakes up tomorrow and he finds his community is not voting him, then he must think twice. If, for example, where I come from in Luo Nyanza, if Raila wakes up tomorrow and finds that the Luos have drifted, they are voting people that he has not told them to vote. It will be a different situation.
And I think that's a problem, isn't it? That we're focusing on what the politician wants, instead of focusing on what the politician, when they've been given an opportunity to do a job, should actually be doing and delivering. But they're focusing on these other things. That has nothing to do with the public, but it has everything to do with the drive that an individual should have in terms of implementing and doing their job, wouldn't you say?
And that's what I'm saying, that it is important that because we have now, our level of literacy is high, our level of understanding is high. Kenyans need to think on looking at individuals from the point that what can this person deliver for the whole country, compared to what is this person delivering for my community.
For my community. Yes. We're talking this morning with Charles Owino, who is the head of the National Communication Center. We're continuing now, as we come back from this break, looking into the wider politics and looking at an opposition and essentially what that means and how this is communicated in terms of the needs of Kenyans. We'll come back. It is now 27 to 8, and you're getting into a new week, and you're probably looking at, okay, so the month is coming to that point, and you're saying, okay, we need to get one or two. Well, are you looking for value that stretches your shilling? You need to let Naivas be your home of deals. At Naivas, we know shopping isn't just about ticking off a list, it's about the experience. And that's why your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's bountiful, and guess what? It never gets full. With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you just keep adding more and still spend less. So, from farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves, everything you need is waiting at your nearest Naivas Kiloko. So come, fill your Kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's a sunny morning in Nairobi, 17, and it is partly sunny at 16 in Nakuru, 16 and sunny in Eldoret, sunny at 16 in Ombaso, partly sunny at 24. The rain continues in Malindi at 25 and partly sunny at 28. Kakamega at 17 is mostly sunny at 21 in Kampala, while the sun is up at 24 in Dar es Salaam, and it's clear skies in Japan, 27 and sunny in Mogadishu, 27 and sunny in Addis Ababa.
Brought to you by I&M Bank. On your side.
All right, we're into traffic hour this morning. Heavy traffic on the Fiscal Superhighway coming into the city. That looks like it's going to be there for a minute. Folks are trying to find an escape out to Outer Ring, but that's just as busy in and outbound. Kiambu Road, very busy. And let's keep moving west, where Limuru Road is jam-packed. Finding its way through towards Masai Square on one side, or Wangari Maathai on the other. It's very busy coming off of Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley, as well as Wayakiwe, Gong Road, James Gishuru. All of that starting to pile up this morning. And Langata Road is also joining the party. It's a busy morning. Let's keep an eye on things and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the situation room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
4 minutes to 8 o'clock. Charles Owino is the head of the National Communication Center. We're having a conversation with him this morning. And so now, moving where we say, okay, well, here is a conversation about how, communication is shared, it's given. Charles is of the opinion that the public must then shape this conversation to move in a certain direction. Dennis?
You spoke about, how the public needs to change and this whole perception of how politicians shape narratives. As the head of, the National Communication Center, there's what I would call threats within and there are threats without. We've got dissenting voices and all these other people you'd call opposition speaking and shaping narratives. But you also have the narratives being shaped within. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not too long ago, I read somewhere where you spoke about, the threats within with now this arrangement of the broad-based, government structure where, for example, the interior PS, there's a threat to kick him out because of the politics within. How serious is this within government?
I don't think it was within government. I think the interior, the PS for interior comes from Homa Bay. And in Homa Bay, from inside, because this is highly political, but I'll comment on it. I commented on it because when we unfortunately lost the Member of Parliament, Honorable Were, there was a lot of push from the governor and her team. And you could even see when people were yelling the day the body was taken, somebody was saying, Mola has just killed Were, and you guys are just saying he has killed Were in Nairobi. They were mentioning the PS name in a very negative way. And the PS, you see, was on the front line with the DCI and with the head of and with the IG, and you could see most of the time they were pressing for arrest of these persons who committed the offences. Fortunately, the person who pulled the trigger, the firearm itself was recovered and a number of issues. And you remember, I saw somebody trying to twist what I'd said. I'd said that ordinarily when a person of that influence, you see, influence is not just somebody in power. Influence is also money. You will find somebody with a lot of money who is not even in government, even controlling the systems from remote. It's normal. It happens. So what happens is that I said that ordinarily a person with that kind of power, a person in charge of police, he has sent police to arrest a person who is a killer. They have identified a killer. If truly he is involved in such an act, truly if he is involved in planning to kill a person, nothing will stop him from eliminating this person he has sent to kill you, because he has the access, he has the power, he has the police. But if you see a person committing himself to ensure that the killers are arrested, brought to book, taken to court, because you can't stop them from speaking. And I'm sure a number of people who have been arrested who never actually participated could have been mentioned. Though it's a matter before court, sometimes you find it is very difficult to go into details. It was the politicians in Homa Bay, because there is a talk that the brother to the PS wants to run as a governor. And maybe the governor knows or feels that there would be a higher influence on this. Remember, governor is a lady married in Homa Bay. She comes from Kisumu County. And you know the way sometimes people have issues with women, trying to demean them, trying to... You know very well women in power, the way they get a lot of challenges. So what happened is that there was a section of people from Homa Bay who are trying to push a narrative with a feeling that when they push that narrative, because definitely you have heard the political party, ODM people saying they have donated people. And you can see the only 3 people that the president appointed from Luo Nyanza was Owalo, CS Owalo, we had PS Kombudo, and we had Omolo. And sure, the 2 have gone. The person remaining is only Raymond. Are you getting me? So it's not a secret. We won't say that it is at that high level. But you see, when people in Homa Bay, a number of people who are politicians who feel threatened, try to push that narrative the way they were pushing it, was to try and whip emotions to ensure that this person loses his job. It's not strange. Yeah.
And because these conversations have started, and the people you're referring to are from ODM, do you see this, what I'll call this marriage of convenience, working in the next 2 years before 2027?
What I can say is simple. That us who have worked with government and we were coming from the Luo community. You know, Luo community is a very strange community. That they vote purely on one side. If they decide to vote for government through the influence of their political leader, all of them will vote for government. If they say they are walking out of government, all of them will walk out of government. But if you compare this to other communities, take for example Kikuyu community, Mount Kenya community, you'll find some of them are voting for the government and some of them are in opposition. Same applies to Kamba, same applies to Coast, same applies to just a minute, same applies to Western, many a times. But the Luo community votes on one side. So what happens is, even many a times when government is formed, you may find that very few of them are in government at that particular time. Now, when the ODM team came into government, our understanding was that there was a feeling that there were divisions and instability, and they were coming in to ensure that government is stable. And I cannot take offense of that, because you've seen what has happened in Africa. We have a very vibrant constitution, and the best thing that can happen to us is we wait for 5 years as much as we oppose. We go through an election. If Kenyans feel they don't want their sitting president, remove him through the ballot. But if we start removing our presidents through anarchy, then we may get into problems. Because even through that anarchy, even today, if you go to the so-called opposition, where we have the deputy president, you saw the other day him saying, I'm still not very comfortable with Matiang'i because he has not shown that his people are truly following him. So you may come up and remove a government through anarchy. Then again, the team starts fighting. And then it goes and it goes and it goes. And therefore, the biggest investment Kenyans should always think about is that we have a vibrant democracy. And that the only thing we can do is we move with a government that we have elected. And it does not mean that you cannot correct it, you cannot oppose it, and that is the advantage of multi-party democracy.
How do you register? How do you register disappointment? Because here we are talking about how your office coordinates the messaging from government. Right? And you've used words like anarchy, for example. But here we are talking with a people who are sovereign and who have delegated the responsibility to these individuals who are in the minority about how they're going to rule the nation, essentially lead or guide the nation. So how does a people register their disappointment or disapproval of ways in which these are happening without it being called anarchy? They don't have the privilege of an office through where there is a head or a spokesman. So what they know is to open their mouths and speak on any public channel that they have.
When I talk about anarchy, I'm not talking about talking and opposition.
Mhm.
I'm talking about things like going out to the street, burning vehicles, destroying properties, saying we are going to occupy State House and remove the president. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about communication, general communication. And what I'm saying is that our structure is such that, what we're talking about is the morals of individuals. For example, if you are in opposition and there is government, your duty is to work as an opposition person. That is what is expected of you. And therefore, you discuss matters national in the floor of the House. Are you getting me? Yes. You discuss matters national in the floor of the House. Yes. And that is why you have a representation. So the moment you are in opposition and you don't do your duty, then you are creating opportunity for the persons whom you are representing to get out of their way and even cause chaos, as it is put.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yes.
I once was asked last year, what is the best way to deal with the sentiment that Gen Z was feeling and is feeling?
Yes.
And I always said, give them opposition.
Yes.
Because the problem is when these young people feel like they do not have space to express themselves,
yes,
both in terms of their leadership. And let's look at the genesis of the revolt anyway. The young people were feeling like their MPs were not speaking their language.
Yes.
Right? That's where it came from. So you're absolutely right.
Yes.
That opposition should be the venting ground for the public that feels disappointed with their government.
Yes.
I also agree with you that the pathway of getting a shortcut before 2027, of getting the president out, all of those pathways lead to anarchy.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
But now, as you speak of opposition, there are a few things that I disagree with. So, number one, I do not think Nyanza, and Luo Nyanza specifically, votes all the time behind Raila Odinga, simply because they come out 60%, yes, to vote 80% for Raila Odinga, but there's another 40% that is disgruntled that they do not have an option away from Raila Odinga. So, at the core of it, the core question is this: what, in your imagination today, constitutes of that opposition that is supposed to go to parliament and actually then discuss the issues that pain Kenyans? Unless we're talking of the person of Edwin Sifuna and two other people.
When you talk about Edwin Sifuna and two other people,
but it's just hyperbole.
I can,
yes.
Maybe I can trust Orengo's sentiments because Orengo comes from a constituency where he can easily be rejected by his people. But you see, Sifuna comes from his larger vote is Nairobi. And Nairobi has a lot of, if you look at the population, people are more informed, people are more independent. And equally, there's also a large population of communities that would otherwise have totally drifted to a position of so he must speak their language. Politicians are are people that take advantage of situations, and therefore he must speak a language that will benefit his re-election.
Yes.
If you look at them across board, even those ones you see in other areas speaking, some of them don't even believe in what they are saying. They are saying things that would favor their election. In fact, utaambiwa, why are you taking this stand? When mjinga sana. I want to give an example. Civil servants are apolitical. So you may find yourself in a situation where you are a civil servant.
When it comes to dispensing their job.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are apolitical. So you may find yourself in a situation where you are a civil servant, you are apolitical, but your community is strongly in opposition. They are doing, I give you an example. I was a police spokesperson for a long time. And I was discussing matters, demonstrations. and you look at what the Constitution provides, that your demonstration must be peaceable and must be unarmed. And then you find that the demonstrations majorly are not, if it is done in that matter, people may feel they'll not achieve, they may not be listened to.
Yeah.
So what happens is that at the end of the day, when now you say, like when I said now I want to leave government early, I want to go and run for a position, and this is my manifesto, this is my position. You find that the political leaders in your community will tell you, you are against us. they feel you are not, they don't understand you are doing your job as a civil servant. They'll say you are against us. But then you could see the lady who is now Governor Homa Bay could pour water on the speaker, the late Laboso. And that becomes a plus. You've done something which is not very good, but because it serves the interest of your people, or you can abuse somebody on the podium. So you find that many a times politicians tend to do things that favor their re-election or their political position. And that is why we are saying that even the so-called Gen Zs, as we speak today, we pray that they become reasonable in their thinking, reasonable in their discussion, and when time comes for elections, they bring in leaders who will be able to transform the country.
Are you able to define or describe what reasonable, whether it's thinking or speaking? And I'm going to connect that.
I can define that.
I'm going to connect that to something,
Yes.
for example, and it's part of what you spoke about earlier. When we see in Kenya that somebody, and I say that very specifically, that somebody has been killed, murdered in whatever circumstance.
Yes.
And that in one instance, for example, we see that the speed and alacrity with which it has been attended to is phenomenal.
Yes.
In very many other situations,
Yes.
we do not see anything that has been done in terms of bringing those particular killers to book. How would you imagine that one would be reasonable in their thinking and their speaking when they were to address an issue such as that?
I would not fully agree with you unless we do a comparative analysis of cases. Having been a police officer for many years, and from where I sit, criminal investigation officers have been able to bring murderers to book, a number of them, maybe save for a few cases.
I'm talking about the ones specifically from last year when we're talking about the Gen Z. Those are the ones I'm specifically speaking about.
The Gen Zs, the ones,
Yes.
you see, the specific cases you are talking about, it depends that, like for example, I want to give you a very good example of this particular case of Mheshimiwa Were, and I'm not supposed to discuss it because it is in court, but you find that from the time they were in parliament, there were clear evidence that this person, there are people who went, sat with the drivers, talked to the drivers, then the same people are seen trailing him up to the point where he's killed. It makes it very easy for you to get this. Now, some of these cases that we are talking about, unless I pick a specific case of a specific Gen Z that maybe was killed, that his matter has not been resolved, I would be able to answer. But for example,
that's the problem. And that's the issue.
Yes.
That this information, because of this, it's sub juris, we can't discuss it. But this information did not jump out at people. They looked into it, and
Yes.
that's how they got the information.
Yes.
The question is, why did a similar action not take place for one other individual?
Give me
Mukuria. I'll call his name. Mukuria is missing from the 25th of June until today.
He's missing.
Mukuria cannot be found. However,
yes.
The last time he was seen was entering into a police vehicle on the 25th of June. He was being bundled into a police vehicle by police. They're the last ones who saw him.
Now I can explain this. One, when a person dies in a circumstance that you think a person is involved, and in this case, I would quote you, that he was seen in a police vehicle, and therefore, the belief would be the police arrested him. And if the police arrested him, then the police must produce him. So what we are saying is simple. When a person dies in a circumstance, if you read the Criminal Procedure Act, that it is believed that he has been killed by another person, or he has been taken away by another person. Usually what happens is we always have what we call an inquiry into the cause of death, an inquest. This inquest, just listen to me, this inquest can be instigated by the policemen themselves, but in this case, if there's a feeling they were involved, it can be instigated by any other person, including a lawyer. The matter would go before a magistrate having jurisdiction, witnesses will be brought, and if these guys were seen into a particular vehicle, you know, the good thing about police is that you will never go for work without booking it in the occurrence book. And therefore, it is very easy to tell this was the vehicle, and therefore, these were the people. And they will be subjected because he was seen. You know, sometimes Kenyans just talk. You find somebody saying he was seen. But now if you ask him, can you record a statement? Can you go before the magistrate and give evidence? Nobody comes forward.
Just a quick one. A quick one.
Yes.
Let me just zoom out a bit.
Yes.
And discuss the issue of Gen Z. And a very important statement that you said.
Yes.
You said if they become reasonable and if they vote correctly.
Yes.
There are various implications. One is that they are unreasonable. Two is that there's an expectation for them to become reasonable. And my question to that is, who is supposed to make them reasonable? Then number three, if we already approach them from the sense that they are unreasonable, right, then are we saying that the issues that they raise, the pain that they feel, being unreasonable, should be treated as such?
I want to answer you.
Yes.
I'm not saying the Gen Zs are unreasonable.
Thank God.
Are you getting me?
No, I'm agreeing with you, sir.
And you know, me, I have like 8 Gen Zs in my house. My children. And I know they are not unreasonable.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is if they vote reasonably, because we have never voted reasonably as Kenyans. You and I.
We are on the same page.
Are you getting me? You and I, we vote tribal.
Well, not me.
No.
Our generation.
You see, you see what we are saying is even if it is not you, even if it is not me, we take responsibility.
Our generation.
You know, like me today, when you talk about Luos and maybe some bad things we do, I'll take responsibility, even if I don't, because I'm one and majority of us do that. So what I'm saying is that we as Kenyans, just start from how we vote our MCAs. You know, I saw Patrick Lumumba saying something one day, that in other countries, people who are stealing, doing this, they go to prison. In fact, he was saying in China, they even commit suicide because you know the consequences. And then they say in Kenya, they go for political seats and they are...
You become a politician.
Are you getting it? So if this is true, then the public must start thinking on who should I elect? And for what reason? And also take time to listen. But I can tell you, those Gen Zs you are talking about, because I've been involved in politics because I campaigned to be a politician. If today, like I have a program with women where we support them to plant commercial crops. We are not doing much commercial crops. We are doing a lot of subsistence crops. So we support them maybe to do sunflower. We support them maybe to do sorghum and sell to breweries. But when you go to a place where you are going to meet these ladies, if you get the younger people, the first thing they tell you, usituambie kitu, tupange laini. Are you getting me? Those people you are calling Gen Zs, from my experience, you go anywhere, and we can even try it with you today. We can walk even here to Mukuru, and we start talking to young people. The first thing people will tell you, Mheshimiwa tupange laini, utufungue mguu. Yes. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
So, those traits, it's not me. It's practical if you go to the ground.
True.
Even if you go to Kiambu here now, even if, you know, people are even complaining, parents are even complaining that even parents who are wealthy, who have businesses, children do not want to come to the farm. They don't want to do businesses. Forget about the poor ones. Even people from families that have wealth, that can go and supervise their farms, can go and do whatever they are doing. So it is not that they are unreasonable, as I put it to you, but our culture the way we are bringing up people, the way things are happening, I can tell you, if we are continuing with Pangalaini, don't expect anything.
True. Charles Owino is the head of the National Communication Center, has been our guest this hour, looking into the intrigues of future politics and the message. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you for gracing the hot seat for the first time. Asante Sana. Good morning. 8:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. News just coming in is that DCI officers have arrived at the residence of the Governor of Trans Nzoia, George Natembeya, in Milimani. This event comes as it is not yet clear on what is happening in the area, but members of the public have been seen at the home and security officers as well who are trying to control the crowds. This event comes as reactions to the raid conducted at the residence of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's home, both in Karen, Nairobi, and his rural Wamunyoro's residence, are set to headline the news today. According to a statement from lawyer Ndegwa Njiru, the DCI officers had taken over Gachagua's Wamunyoro and Karen homes, seeking to arrest him for unknown reasons. The raid came just hours after Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen on Sunday read a riot act to politicians, stating the government will initiate a crackdown on individuals spreading division across the country through inflammatory talks that could plunge the country into violence and bloodshed. Murkomen spoke after the former DP hinted at the recurrence of the violence witnessed in the aftermath of the 2022 elections if President William Ruto attempts to interfere with the 2027 elections.
This country is not going to condone anybody who wants to burn this nation. We are going to do everything under the sun to make sure that for this period we serve this nation, we must keep our country safe. Ndio tukipeana baton to another person, tunapeana a safe and secure country under rule of law. And that is the team we work together. Hiyo ndio nilitaka niwashie. Kusikuwe na wasiwasi. Hii vitisho na fitina niliona Murei kweli ya tumesema MCA wetu wa huko juu. Umesema kweli na ni vizuri tuzime moto ukiwa mbali na tuonyane kama viongozi na tuonyane kama wananchi.
The attempts to arrest Gachagua sparked condemnation from politicians, with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and newly launched Democracy for Citizens Party Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala castigating the development. We'll keep you posted on the events as they happen at Trans Nzoia Governor Natembeya's home. Now, former US President Joe Biden, who is aged 82, has been diagnosed with prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. Biden, who left office in January, was diagnosed on Friday after he saw a doctor last week for urinary symptoms. The cancer is a more aggressive form of the disease, characterized by a Gleason score of 9 out of 10. This means his illness is classified as high grade and the cancer cells could spread quickly, according to Cancer Research UK. Biden and his family are said to be reviewing treatment options, especially because the cancer is hormone sensitive, meaning it could likely be managed. And back to Trans Nzoia County, where former Senator Henry Olendiema has called for promoting national unity to strengthen the economy and development. Speaking at the IC Nuru Church in Kitale, Olendiema urged religious leaders to continue praying for the nation and warned politicians against making statements that could disrupt peace.
Wale wanasema kanisa na siasa iambatane, hapana. Tuchangie kanisa, mabishop wapate magari, wafanye kazi ambayo ni ya kujenga nchi. Saa hii tumeanza kelele mingi ya siasa mpaka tunasahau tuko na nchi tuliopewa na Mwenyezi Mungu kulinda na kujenga. In all what we do, all what we say, we must bear in mind that God has given us a responsibility to look after this country. Nchi hii tunashindana na nchi zingine kwa ulimwengu, kwa region. We have a responsibility to do this, kuinua hali ya maisha.
He further urged citizens to respect leaders in power by exercising their democratic right to express their opinions respectfully.
Na tunaheshimu viongozi wale wako ambao wamechaguliwa wafanye kazi yao. Tukishachagua serikali ambayo ipatiwe nafasi ya kufanya kazi yake mpaka wakati tunakuja kiwanja tena. Hata katika kaunti, hata hii kaunti yetu, we have a responsibility to do it. Lakini serikali yenyewe peke yake haiwezi, mpaka sisi wananchi tuwe na umoja na tujenge kaunti yetu ya Trans Nzoia na nchi yetu ya Kenya.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
All right, so we are in traffic hour and it's pretty busy this Monday morning. Langata Road now has joined the party, a lot of traffic here. And on Ombaso Road, as you come in from all the way from that next gen Southern Bypass interchange, very, very busy this morning, bumper to bumper through and through. It's also busy on Jogo Road, busy coming off of Fiscal Super Highway, quite some traffic. And coming in from the Northern Bypass, Big Igwa, through and through. It's very, very busy coming in from that Runda area. You're going to get to Mufaiga, Limuru Road, Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley. All of this very busy. We're in traffic hour proper this morning. We're trying to make our way through it. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the situation.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning. Our audience on KTN Karibu and our live streams are up on Facebook, YouTube, and on X. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Ndu, Mark, and Dennis with you this morning as we get into a conversation that many are wondering where we're going to get out of this. But before we do, remember that every time you pursue a dream, every time you pursue a goal or you set a goal, or every time you achieve a milestone, there's somebody who stands with you, steadfast and unwavering. And I&M Bank, the promise is very simple. We're on your side. That's it. So whether you're launching a new business, whether you're seeking financial advice or guidance, or striving for personal growth, I&M Bank is right here to support and empower you every step of the way. So the commitment extends to innovative solutions to impacting lives, because I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel your mission. So discover the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M branch close to you. I&M Bank is on your side every step of the way, through and through. Find out about how you can have them on your side as well. Okay, so we're getting into our conversation for this hour. It's going to be an interesting ride, so stick here with us. There are a couple of headlines in the newspaper today. We'll be looking into some of those in detail as concerns this conversation that we're having this hour. But even as we get into it, we welcome our guest who's seated in the hot seat this morning. Janet Okoh is an education expert and director of Tunza Mtoto Coalition, and she's here this morning. Janet, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
You know why I'm telling you well done? Because you've said my name very well.
Oh.
You've pronounced my name excellently.
I worked in Lagos for some time,
so now we understand. Okay. Don't worry. It's good. Welcome. Normally CT would give you today's proverb, but he's delegated his responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Slow down on that tongue. To Mark. Mark will tell you which country we're in this week. He'll give you today's proverb and then ask you to interpret that for us.
Okay.
And by the way, if you get it wrong, we remove. You said you're in school?
Yes.
We contact your lecturer and remove a few marks. Is that okay?
No, it's such a threat.
Well, there is no such threat, and your interpretation will absolutely be right. So we're in the country of Mozambique.
Okay.
And CT tells us that there's a group of 6 islands off the coast of Mozambique. They're called Bazaroto Benguera.
Okay.
Magang.
Just leave it.
Should I just spell them out? The 6 islands, because I can't read any of them.
You just know there are 6 islands and leave them there.
Yeah, they've got hard names. It's like saying Kumheleha. Say that first. Kumheleha.
Yes.
So by being grateful, a man makes himself deserving of yet another kindness. Yes, by being grateful, a man makes himself deserving of yet another kindness.
Okay. Have you ever has someone ever pestered you to like send me money, and then you send them as little as whatever you have, like say you send them a K.
I'm a man in Nairobi. Yes,
yeah, so yes. And then they don't respond now,
After the sending.
So it is you that now wonders, you had credit to call me when you didn't have, but now you even have 1,000 bob, and you can't even text me to say I have received. So how do you make of such a person? In future, if they call you, then you'll probably dismiss. So I think being grateful, even supports the giver, because a lot of the times we don't give from a place of having, we probably give from a place of sacrifice. So when you see the gratefulness that someone has really received the little gift that you have given, you get motivated and even sometimes even think that really they were deserving. That's how I would interpret it.
Love it.
Oh, lovely.
Absolutely. It's a way to go into it. Hitting straight on the nose, and I guess that's why we have this conversation with you this morning. I want to share something in a headline which then goes around the conversation that we'll have. Capitation in crisis. Okay, capitation first of all. Money that was supposed to go to schools as of 2025, where we are today, there is a 64 billion shilling debt. It's going to hit, but that's the truth in terms of capitation that was supposed to be released to schools over the last 5 years, right? It has never been complete. And when we get to a new year, we kind of forget about it and we say, okay, well, it's a new term. Let's see what we can pay for this term. We don't ask questions about how did these schools fare on with these students. We don't ask those questions, but we just go into the new year. So hold that and park that. But now we are looking at inside secondary schools shake-up in preparation for CBC transition. For the first time next year, 2026, we will have co-curricular operation. What that means is that we'll have CBE in high school, and we will also have the outgoing 844 operating within the same school year for the first time since 1986. That is going to happen. But we're also seeing that there will be a shake-up according to what the ministry tells us in terms of the funding model. We also know that they will be going through 2 pathways. We also know that they're going to defund, the examinations. So many things are happening at the same time. And I've said for the longest time that we do have a system where education is in crisis, and there's too much that is not being done, and that the people who are suffering this are those who have to go through school for 12 years. I want to get your overview first of all as we get into this conversation. Why do we constantly have found ourselves in a crisis when it comes to education in Kenya?
Well, I listened to you when I was coming over, and I think at some point between 6:45 and 7, you discussed education in some bits, and it got me so agitated because honestly, even if you wanted someone to keep calm, there is no room for keeping calm. It is not okay to say that why do we not get it right always in education? Because I've been in this sector for 2 decades now, and have occupied spaces that have moved the sector to where it is now. And I can tell you that there is a certain time when we made progress in this country. So it is not true to say that why do we always get it wrong? No, we don't always get it wrong, because we got it right in 2003.
Okay.
When Kibaki was the president, and he made a decision that let every child come back to school.
Okay.
That man was coming from somewhere. That man was coming from a very solid understanding of what the philosophy behind education. And that man was coming from a global perspective. What are other nations doing in education? What did we agree in 1990 in Jomtien and Thailand? What did we agree in 2000 in Dakar? And you know very well that when agreements are made and countries sign these international treaties and agreements, they become part of our laws. And we are supposed to domesticate that. That is from where President Kibaki was coming from. And later on, his predecessor, President Uhuru Kenyatta, picked from there. He may not have done as phenomenal stuff, but one thing that we saw, he took the sector from where it was to a different level.
Okay.
Including sustaining whatever efforts that Mwai Kibaki had put in place. He tried to keep to that step.
Okay.
What do we have now?
What do we have now?
We have a reverse. Somebody who does not understand the philosophy of education, someone who is a profiteer, exists to make every decision that will add a shilling to his pocket. That is what we're having right now. And it is really painful to watch us go back to where we were, even before President Kibaki came in. I ran Tunza Mtoto Coalition.
Yes.
And Tunza Mtoto Coalition is really a grassroots network. I interface with learners, parents, every morning. And by the special grace of God, learners in this country and parents in this country, when they are faced with a problem, they probably find me as a voice that they can talk to. And so every day I receive calls, I receive messages, and and I've been glad because when I speak like this, I know I'm above reproach. Because these are conversations I have had with the CS. These are conversations I have had with Kosgei, the chief of staff of State House. I have had these conversations with them. And I have sat in task forces and we have had these conversations. And I'm telling you, right now as we speak, last week, Peter Kibukosi, I'm just giving you this for background.
It's fine.
So that then even our listeners can understand. Where exactly are we and what dangers are we faced with and where exactly is the problem? Because, the problem is not the Minister for Education. He has got nothing to do here. He's not aware why money is not being sent to school. And that is a fact. He has got nothing to do. But there is one man sitting in State House pulling every string. He decides what is going to be paid. He decides what is his profit. And we are operating from somebody who thinks that everything in this country should end up in his pocket or in his village.
Janet, are you saying that?
I am saying that.
Are you saying?
Let me tell you, let me rationalize for me why today we are having BTOC as a PS for education. What is the sector going through? We are going through CBC, all these transitions and all that. You know that? In my view, very humble view for that matter, I expected someone who at least is familiar with the sector to be the PS education. That's what I expected. But imagine that right now, when we were having all these conversations about CBC, this guy right now being the PS for education was an ambassador somewhere in Pakistan. Just when we want to do the implementation, he was the PS immigrations and everything else. So remote to the sector. But you know what? The PS for education, the biggest spender of Kenya's budget, has to come from Rift Valley. That is a criteria. That is the only criteria that we are applying. And that is why we refuse to have conversations with people who are pretending to have conversations with people, but they are mapping out places for where they want to eat. And they have no intention whatsoever to do the right thing. Let me tell you, why are we changing from NEMIS to CHEMIS today? Who are the business people? Who are the owners of CHEMIS? And why do we need to change for Christ's sake when the sector is going through so much reforms? Is this the time for introducing something new? Who said that we must change everything? You come in, you decide university funding is not working. We ask you, what in God's name was not working so that you decided to change to the new funding model? What was not working? Everything was working apart from the fact that you did not have an opportunity to eat.
Let me add
so you decide to pretend you're changing so that you can create a gap for you to get your hands into our coffers. It is not acceptable. It is not okay. Right now, we see all over the papers that they want to change the secondary funding. A capitation model that has worked successfully, globally, tried and tested.
Wait.
You want to come and change it?
Wait, I see Janet came guns blazing.
Yes, she did.
Because it's not okay.
And on a train of thought, because you talked about the former president, Kibaki. The Minister for Education then was the late Professor George Saitoti.
Sure.
So when they began that whole process with the understanding of where education was, where it was headed, where did we start going wrong? Are you saying that decisions around the education sector are not made around stakeholders in education, but they're made from State House?
Absurdity is when I sat down last week and I listened to a PS education presenting a budget in parliament that did not have money for examinations. That is absurdity. Because it tells you who exactly are you? Where have you come from? Do you not have background for why government decided to be paying money for NEC?
Yes.
Do you not have background? This is the background. Let me provide him with a background. It is because the amount needed, 800 Kenya Bob, for a child to register for KCPE, many children cannot get that money. And that is a fact. That many children cannot get that money.
And it is a requirement for you to write this exam in order to move to
for
the
you
next
to transition.
Right.
Against a government that is lying to us that they're implementing 100% transition policy. How do you bridge this gap? That is a background. That levies worldwide are the biggest barriers to education. So governments across the globe are implementing policies that will ensure levies are excluded from the public education. So look at our peers sitting at a committee in parliament, presenting a budget that doesn't have NEC. What are you doing there? Go and make profit somewhere else. You are not fit for purpose. We don't want that kind of reasoning here. Education is a public good. You cannot afford to have people that think about education and think about profit simultaneously. It doesn't work like that. For you to sit to register for the Kenya Secondary School Education, KCSE, you need 5,000 shillings if you're doing the 7 subjects. If you're doing 8 subjects, you need 5,400 shillings. Many parents will not afford that money. And that is how government decided we are putting this money into, and that's why the capitation for secondary school is higher by far than that of primary school. Because 5,000 shillings, many parents, many learners will not do that exam. So why did we spend all the billions that we spend if we are not going to facilitate them to write that kind of an exam? And if as a nation within that exam is important, then we ought to facilitate learners to sit it. Otherwise, we do away with it. And people just go through the education system and we don't administer examinations. That is where we undo. And that's why I'm saying we have people who have the wrong understanding. People who are profiteers, businessmen, looking at opportunities to eat. That is why the capitation has collapsed. That is why capitation has collapsed. Let me tell you, and you will one day call me a prophet. William Ruto is looking at a way of removing the capitation grant model. I have sat across tables with people who are his advisors. And you know what they're saying? Head teachers have been eating money. So what? So you remove head teachers to it, so you eat it? Leave us alone.
Let me ask a question and let me play the advocate for the other side.
Sure.
The intentions of changing the university model, the changes they want to do to this from CBC to CBE are positioned to us as better models than what was there before. So, for example, a certain Mr. Wino was seated right where you are in the previous hour and made it very clear that in the university model, there is the government is paying 79%, and then the parents are left to pay 21%, which is better than what used to be there before. And the only issue is that the government on this side is unable to give in the money, but this model is better.
You know,
it
is incorrect. Yes, it is incorrect. That government, that's what I'm saying. I listened to Owino.
Actually, I was about to compliment you on the fact that how your face speaks honesty. Like this is coming from your heart.
Yeah, because I sat in the task team that the president set up the other day on this new funding model. And I can tell you for a fact, I really thank the people that put public participation in the constitution as a requirement. I don't know that they had seen that we will have people who will utilize that opportunity. Or let me put it this way. There are people who think that by being elected, when we elected them, we stopped thinking and we even delegated our thinking to them. No, we did not stop thinking. We only delegated our power to you, but we are still thinking. So we come into this with our heads as well. And we are telling you, the new funding model, for you to convince anybody that you need change, first of all, you need to tell us so well, whichever format that was being used of funding, how is it failing? And they were able to tell us. And from what was presented to us, I can tell you what was the problem. The problem is government has not been remitting money. That is the first problem. Government was not remitting their part of responsibility. Number two, government was not regulating universities. Government was not regulating universities. That's why today, Nairobi University, for an example, in revenues makes 9.8 billion Kenya shillings annually. It spends 9.6 billion on staff.
Huh?
If that is not insanity, yes, that's correct. Why will it not collapse? And I'm asking, show me the stuff. Tell me, what are you talking about? Government stopped regulating universities a whole lot of time ago. When public institution froze employment, universities became the dumping ground. That is why you will have an entire village of more universities swept inside the payroll of the university. And it's crazy, it's unreasonable, it is not rocket science for you to look and say, really, this is not how institutions should be managed.
Yeah.
Tell me, walk around these universities and tell me, who are the members of the council? And the council is the highest organ of the university, sort of the think tank.
Yeah.
But how do you pick retired, failed politicians, dump them in the council for the sake of getting allowances, and imagine that they will think for us? Universities stopped thinking a long time ago. And they're just politics. Politics has actually compromised a lot of things. And that's why I'm saying, if that is the picture of the problem, how do you think the solution is changing the funding model? If we've done the diagnosis and we're saying these are actually our challenges. So how do you think that changing the model will affect you? No, it is yet another lie.
Are these models being brought in? And we can look at funding model, whether it's at the university stage. We can look at the funding model, which is now being prescribed for 2026. We can look at curriculum change. We saw curriculum change in 2019. If you remember that at that time, the Cabinet Secretary for Education said, you guys, wait a minute. Let us pilot this thing first and see if it will work. No sooner had she said that, she was moved. Remember, this was in the Uhuru government, right? And it is around that time that we started to see a dip in capitation being paid. This capitation problem that we see did not start with the William Ruto administration.
No, let me correct you on that. The dip in capitation. If you're talking about dip in terms of getting it from 22, it from 22 to now 16, and even not remitting that 16 is a William Ruto issue.
No. I mean
not remitting. Not respecting the 50%, 30%, 20%.
I know that
it's a perennial problem.
22,475 odd.
Sure.
And then we came down to 17,000, and then after that it was 16,000 and such. We said that 5,000 was being retained at the ministry for whatever reason. God only knows where that 5,000 bob goes. That's a whole other conversation. But we did see that the non-remittance of the 50, 30, 20 actually began in the Uhuru Kenyatta administration. But here we are, we've gotten to a place where we're asking the question, why do we see so much in terms of change? And I have to ask that, do we see the introduction of these things with an original design to fail? Were they designed from the beginning to fail? Because it doesn't make sense to me, Janet, that you have an entire curriculum development institute. You have an entire ministry. You have some of the most educated, forward-thinking people who operate within this education sector in this country. And we can't seem to get two things right. Number one, a curriculum that works and can be implemented properly from point A to Z. And number two, you said the biggest spender, 600 and so odd billion. But we can't seem to take that money from here to here. And the people who suffer, always people who suffer at the end of the day, are these children. And I ask myself the question, why are we surprised when at the end of the day we say, oh, we don't have the proper result? What happened? This is what happened. All of this is what happened. So why do we get shocked that you put the ingredients to bake a cake and you get a cake? What were you expecting?
Part of why I am a big champion of capitation grant, and I have insisted that we cannot go any other way. There's a very big temptation of looking at all these budgets. For example, when you're talking about 40 billion that is supposed to go to primary schools, the tenderpreneurs around there get very excited because of the breakdown of how that money is supposed to be spent. A chunk of it is supposed to go to teaching and learning materials. A chunk of it is going to be to operations and repairs and so on and so forth. And we have said as practitioners, this is the surest way of making sure, at least out of the 268 billion Kenya Bob, that from the national budget, the only money that I know surely hits the child is the capitation grant.
Yes.
The other money that I surely know hits the child is the money that is supposed to pay for teachers. That, because you can see teachers are in class, that is money that I know for sure. But these other monies that ministry insists on retaining, show me audit reports, and the little money that goes towards capitation. If you think how that money is spent, and I'm going to read for you the vote heads, for you to understand how little really it is and the difference that this money makes. For example, when talking about the 1,400 shillings at primary school level, can you imagine a meager 1,400 shillings is the amount that should go to a particular child per year?
What is it supposed to do, this 1,400 shillings?
There's for supposed to buy textbooks, supposed to buy operational, the chalk and so on. It's really so humbling to think about when you divide it per child, that 1,000, and you divide it into a whole year, because a year has 3 terms.
Yes.
It amounts to hundreds. It's hundreds. You could easily see that a child is supposed to spend 100 shillings on a particular budget line. It is that basic. And so looking at someone who thinks of capitation, because the thinking of this government, they have looked at education as a recurrent expenditure, which is a floppy way of looking at things, because education is a development expenditure. You are developing human capital. It can never be equal to recurrent expenditure, and it can therefore not qualify to be the one that suffers the most. Every other time you're thinking about budget cuts, you want to dash to the capitation grant, because you know why? Because these learners will never show up in the streets, because the teachers will never show up in the streets, especially the heads. They're employees of government. Sometimes some of them reach out to me and they're like, please speak about these things, because there isn't anything that we can do. How do you explain that a certain president is sitting in office today? This is the 4th week of the 2nd term.
Yes.
And money has not been sent to schools. So why aren't those schools closed? Because what can operate without money? It is indirectly passing that responsibility to parents. And that is why you will be driving from home to work, and children are interrupting you crossing the road at about 10, at about 9.
But we pay.
Children are shuttling from home to school.
But Janet, we pay. This is what I'm saying, that we pay. You see this money that we're saying that doesn't get to school in capitation, that there are public schools today whereby at the beginning of the term, new parents come and they say, hi, you understand the situation in the country? Right. So what is going to happen essentially is that at the end of it, we're going to add some 25,000, 30,000 shillings on top of the school fees, which you would ordinarily pay. What does that cater for? It caters for the gap in capitation that doesn't go to schools. So parents are still paying for that burden, and that's what I'm saying.
Last week, parents from Peter Kibukosia Secondary School reached out to our organization, and they told me, Okoh, we have a problem. What is the problem? That we have 17 children who have not been registered for Kenya National Examinations Council. And I'm like, why haven't they been registered? Because they were sent away for school fees just before the registration. And so they're not going to sit for their examination, and the portal has been closed. That is one secondary school in Nairobi, Peter Kibukosia Secondary School. You can imagine how many more secondary schools out there that locked out learners from registering for the Kenya National Examinations Council. This is to just show you the magnitude or the effect not sending money to schools.
What it does.
What is it doing to learners out there? And when you shamelessly stand on the microphone to talk to us about 100% transition, I really want some people. I want people to just have some little shame. You cannot talk to us about 100% transition, knowing too well that you have not sent money to schools. We know where the children are. Half of them are in class, half of them are on the road, half of them are married, half of them are in drugs. That is where we have gotten into. And we are saying it is not a very interesting conversation to have, especially because I know for sure 6 years away, we were not here.
We weren't here.
We weren't here.
All right.
Well, this is a man-made problem. There are people who have sat in offices, they have decided education and health are not important, because what is important, infrastructural deals that are getting money to our pockets, is what is important. What is important in education? It's a very big budget. So we get things to spend on. We want to change from NEMIS, we call it KEMIS. Meanwhile, who benefits? We want e-citizen so that we can get money from there. Please.
Well, let's take a break at this point. It's necessary for us to look at where the issues are, but it's also important for us to shine a spotlight on what the solutions could actually be to this. I reckon that Janet has quite an interesting one in terms of solutions. We'll come back and look at that. It's 24 minutes to 9. I beg your pardon. Janet Okoh is our guest this morning. We're looking at the school capitation, the crisis, and what that is all about. We'll be back right after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Heavy rain. Up at 12.
Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank. On your side.
It is still a busy morning. We are in traffic hour. Traffic coming in from the Thika Superhighway, hot and heavy, and it comes out through towards the Pangani Underpass area. Also coming out of Western and still doing the thing. James Gishuru up and about with traffic everywhere you look. Lower Preventive towards Spring Valley, very busy. And as you come off of Musaida Square, that traffic coming in from Kiambu Road. Eastern Bypass still off the jump. It has been crazy, and that area around Alton is also busy as well. And there's Langati joining the fray this morning with Talk Spice and KE on X #.
Traffic updates brought to you by
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Okoh's with us this morning, and we're looking at the issues. There are issues. We can't run away from them, and then pointing us in the direction of, where we should be going. Something that we can't tinker with, definitely, is the future of life. Dennis?
Janet, listening to you and all this mess where we're in today, it almost feels so overwhelming. It almost feels like what we have today is chaos on steroids. But if we back up a bit, where the rain started beating us, because when we started the conversation, we were talking about the Kibaki era. Mm-hmm. So on the premise of the free primary education, it started as a political promise, received goodwill, but the political impact was what we saw was massive enrollment, and the infrastructure couldn't support it. Then what again you saw was the scandals of embezzlement of FPE funds. So we opened up that space where we started seeing embezzlement of funds, and there was, the credibility around FPE was damaged at that point. Then, if we discuss higher education, it's another subject. Now, let's move to the Uhuru Kenyatta era. where the CBC now was introduced. Again, what we see in terms of reforms and the backtracking and the shifts in reforms and policy, again, the controversies around the control around money. So now we get to the current administration. And what we are seeing is the transitions being reviewed through what you call a presidential working party. Are stakeholders in the education sector genuinely involved in some of these things?
Well, Dennis, thank you for your question. And I think the involvement, and we've seen several court cases that really try to define or to refine what public participation really is. Because lately we've seen public participation being used to just pass up stuff, where the administration, it's called what? Interior Ministry of Interior, DOs and whatever, they're used to do that public participation. But it's not public participation that really captures the will of the people. It is where some certain people are given money to convene friendly voices. And I'll say this because the last time I think the Ministry of Education called for public participation on CBC. I made an observation, and I commented that you cannot call this public participation when half the hall is education officers. Half the hall is education officers. The other half is provincial administration, and that structure.
Govts and those, right.
You cannot do that. Yeah. Public participation is you go to a hall and you call parents, because in education sector, it is very structured. If you want to talk to parents, you know what to do. There are BOMs. Those are the structures. Have they ever been called and told, this is what we want to do? No. So what we have seen as public participation is something so convenient, and to just tick the boxes or to just check that, yes, we did it. But in actual fact, that we did not do that. And I want to come back to what exactly can we do. I do not want Ruto's administration to do anything. Let them leave education the way they found it. Just that. Don't change anything. Leave education how you found it. Go back to the Constitution. Implement Article 43. Implement Article 53. And implement Article 55. Is it so hard to ask? Can't you believe in the right of every child to education? Can't you ask yourself, sit in a table and ask? When the Constitution talked about every child has a right to education, what did it actually mean? Is it hard to ask the government to implement that? Is it hard to ask the government to prioritize implementation of education? Is it hard to ask the president to give us competent people at the helm of the ministry, especially considering where the sector is right now? Look at the CS we have for education, in all honesty. Good meaning man, he means well, but he's so remote to the sector. He has tried. Just when he's trying to get on his foot, you give us a brand new person, an ambassador in Pakistan, when we were having all this conversation, then from the... Is there goodwill? You pointed out very well that when we talk about Kibaki, there is something, even if free education was a political, whatever project. Yeah. But we saw what it did to education. We know what Uhuru Kenyatta did for education, and especially maintaining that stability. He did not change a thing. He sought to actually improve what Mwai Kibaki did. Show me what we are talking about right here. Why can't you leave education the way you found it? If thinking is so hard for you people, why can't you leave education the way you found it?
Let me again ask from the other side. What if you read the move from CBC to CBE, read Kefis to Nemis to Kefis?
Baptizing projects does not make them helpful.
Just let me finish. What about what they say, that the changes they are making just need time, that these are teething problems, and if you give it a bit of time, it will be better?
3 years down the line, and you're still teething?
Surely this baby is eating.
You're going to be toothless for life.
This baby is walking.
This conversation.
How do you teeth 3 years? How do you teeth for 3 years? Like tell me, practically even. How do you grow teeth for 3 years? You need to come to the fact that you don't even have ability to grow them. Yes.
I keep going back to my skepticism around all these subjects.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to me we are not dealing with illiterate people. These are very intelligent people.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's something called organized chaos. And what thrives under that is when you keep people busy talking, when you keep people in a confused state, there is obviously somebody who's going to benefit. The cross-cutting themes across education tie in politics and political promises and what someone will call a legacy-defining tool, but you know where the benefits are going. And that's what I keep hearing. My question then is, if this is where we are, we can't change the person, what fix do we need?
I have never gotten to this point where I am now.
You're very angry.
I'm very angry because for me, I have an SMS here, which I can read for you.
Okay,
please do.
That let me just get it as I go in here. That a parent in a slum called Mailisaba sent me a message, just a random parent, and they told me, please, if there is anything you can do, please do it. Please do it for us, because Okoh, come to Mailisaba and see for yourself. Children are not going to school. My neighbor here has 3 children who have now taken since the opening. They just went for the first day and they were sent away. What do we do? If you like, I can call for you children at Saika Social Hall and you see how many children are out of school. For me, I get emotional because I know what we are talking about. And I know what William Ruto, the responsibility that William Ruto has for those children. I am not talking to Waziri Ogamba. No. I am talking to that person who has made it so hard to sustain critical sectors such as education and health.
Do you think there would be an intentional throttling or strangling of capitation going to schools? And I'm asking this in this light, that CS Mbadi sat here and we asked him this capitation question. He said, you promised us that money was going to come up by and this was, midterm last term. And he said, yes, well, the problems that we are dealing with is issues of, money that is available to Treasury. And we said, okay, well, this is interesting because you budget on money that you have, one would hope, or that sources that you're sure where this money would come from. And I want to look at intentionality. It's kind of segueing from what Dennis is saying here, that it seems as though the things we introduce from the very beginning are designed to fail. And so is that the thing that we're dealing with, a system that we already know from the beginning is not going to work? These things that we keep introducing along the line, shifting the model, domiciling, primary, lower secondary in primary, putting now higher secondary with pathways, which we're not even sure how that is going to happen. We have 9 months to do it, making math compulsory, coming back and saying it's not compulsory, saying it's compulsory all over again. All of these things, it just seems like every now and then we throw something in to stir the waters because we know that this thing is not going to work. Is it intentioned from the beginning that this is just chaos that we throw people in and then let them figure it out as they go? It seems as though there is an intent in this chaos. Because if we have seen over the last 3 years that things have not worked, again, because we have qualified, seasoned technocrats at the helm of a lot of these organizations, KICD, the ministry, call it. Why is it so difficult to get these things sorted out?
I have worked with all those people. Brilliant human beings, but they are helpless. It is not them that are making these decisions. You got to believe me on that. A lot of them are as desperate as we are because they can see. They can see things crumbling right in their hands and there is nothing they can do about it. I can tell you some of the people that sit in those ministries do not believe that there is anybody who cannot prioritize capitation grant. They just cannot believe it because it is sort of the cushion. What keeps children in school? And you know what? And that's why I said, for this ministry, I have zero advice to give. It is not that they lack it. It is just the lack of the goodwill to do the right thing, the goodwill to do the right thing. And I told you, tone at the top. You know, tone at the top really thinks that they can get around things. I was speaking to heads of schools before I came here, and they told us every Monday we are treated to a press conference that money will be sent.
Yes,
to just keep us, through the week. Friday we are served another memo that there was this, so people are lying through. And I want to wonder, Parliament of this country, you passed a budget. At the end of that particular year, all these monies that will not have been sent to schools, does anybody bother to know what happened between the approved budget and the actual amounts that hit the schools? What happens in between here? It's a disturbing state of affairs. And if you think about the effect that this joking around has on the lives of people, on the lives of children, on the lives of household, is why some of us are getting so angry, and is why some of us have gotten to a place where we are telling William Ruto, stop. We do not want you to do anything more for education. Leave it as you found it. Because anything you touch, he touched university funding model, something that was going so well. It was going so well, we don't even understand where he was coming from. He touched it. What happened? There was chaos in universities. And right now, there is little calm, which is pseudo, by the way, because they were able to dash to court, whatever they did in court, because today's headline is about captured justice. And the court said, you can go on, with the funding model. But I can bet them, from here I sit, new university funding model is not going to be implemented in universities. Why? Because I know what it is doing to the students. I know. I am in that task force and I know. We interviewed students and they are saying, I cannot. Because where should William Ruto government begin with? It should begin here. Ask, why is it that Moi University is charging 720,000 to do a medicine course? When in Makerere, it is 480,000. What rocket science is happening so that in Moi University we are doubling that cost? We must begin by disciplining ourselves as a nation and asking, why 720,000? What is happening in Makerere that is happening here? But you see, because he's a politician who wants to be comfortable with everybody, he does not want to offend the vice chancellor. He does not want to. He generally does not want to do anything. So that is why we are where we are. Instead of asking the hard questions and bringing down the cost of university education in this country to rhyme with our peers in the region. You cannot tell us that you're charging us because Harvard, Harvard, we are aspiring to be Harvard. No, we are saying no. We are not going to buy rotten bread at the price of good bread because we want to grow the bakery. Nobody wants to do that. If bread is rotten, it is rotten.
I want to ask, because you've talked, you talked about, the tone from the top being the one essentially that, marks how the rest of the choir will sing. So are we saying essentially that if President William Ruto was not president, that we would miraculously see that this education sector, for starters, would then be sorted out?
It will, because we have evidence. He is not the first president in this country, is he?
No.
We have evidence that things have worked better. We are not saying that we have worked without challenges. No, we have had challenges. But this amount of challenges is unprecedented. We are not making any step forward, have we? Is there any step we have made forward? If there is, just say yes. There is no step we are making forward. We are just going back and back and back. I do not know where he plans to put the stop for us to go back.
Unfortunately, it's hard to find a progressive step in education over the last. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to find one.
And the only good thing that has happened is employment of teachers. Really, where it's good, we say that it is good. Employment of teachers has gone really well.
Yes.
And you know why? It's because of one girl that sat on that particular desk. And we are even risking. I'm telling you, this June, their recruitment of TSC head, I can bet you, William will miss it. Because for him, what matters is to get somebody who will give him 10,000 letters to go and dish in his village. I dare say that because we are warning him. TSC is working. Please don't touch it. Just let the institutions that are working work. Please.
Just a quick one. Parliament has been going crazy about the NGCDF and, of course, talking up the issue of bursaries and things like that. Now, when you talk about the rights issued to children, the right to access to education, the interpretation of the law is always that rights given should be effected by the government to their maximum.
Article 55.
Yes, that you should, if it's the article to freedom to association, you should actually make association easier and easier as time goes by. Now, my question to you is this. The ideal state is that education should be free. Correct?
It is not ideal. It is the right state.
It is the right state.
No, it's not an idea. No. It is the right state.
Good. So it is the right state. Now, if that is the right state, and we're talking about capitation is lacking, and on this side, every single government official, I think other than MCAs, women reps, and senators, I think the rest are crying for some form of bursary. So this government has to give out the disbursements that it needs to give. Then on this side, it's giving, what are they called, these things again? Grants and things for schools. Should these things be put together so that our kids have an equal playing ground closer towards free education?
Let me again demonstrate what I was talking about when I say that this government has bad will. Is that the first thing that we saw William did is to increase the budget for MPs for bursaries. You recall that?
Yes.
In his mind, tokenism, is how education should be run. And he's doing this to appease the members of parliament. Who does this? Who disables a systemic sort of managing education and gets the money to tokenism, where there are no audit reports, and the audit reports that we have had, you've seen them flying all over the place saying we cannot even locate the names of the beneficiaries. There is no criteria for establishing who gets this. So the issue of equity is lost in there. Who disables a system systematically that was running, that if we all invested in making sure that the capitation grants ran, a child could only be bathed by their mother and they are taken to school. And they find everything there. That way, you don't need to know anybody. You don't need to know the member of parliament. You don't need to have their phone numbers. You don't need to queue for hours and hours in the sun, waiting for somebody to give you 1,000 Kenya shillings. But what does William do? He chooses tokenism to please members of parliament over funding a systemic system that is globally acknowledged and that has worked for us. We have evidence to that effect. It's over a decade plus that system has run. This is why I'm telling you, the person at the top is doing us so bad. He is prioritizing political maneuvering over governance. And that is a challenge that we have. Political maneuvering over governance. I challenged him today. By the time you came in, we were almost achieving 100% access to primary education. What is your legacy right now? When you walk around, you'll be greeted by children who are not in school. Is that your legacy, Mr. President? Something as basic as a primary education. You cannot afford the children of Kenya? What are you?
What does it look like in terms of what folks are? People are waking up every day. People are waking up and going to the ministry every day to work, 8 to 5, 8 to 6, whatever. What's happening? What can we say that something is being done at the end of the day, that there's something to look forward to as we wrap up this?
Nothing. Nothing is being done. Nothing. I can bet you nothing is being done. As long as money is in the hands of a few, as long as people stopped considering what is for the ministry, there is nothing else I want them to do. I just want them to do Article 43 of the Constitution, Article 53 of the Constitution, and Article 55. Just that. That what is a right. We cannot, and I said, we cannot abandon the Constitution and we pick motivational quotes is what we want to run the country with. No. We cannot abandon the Constitution and we start running on a political party manifesto that has even crumbled in the first place. No. We insist. Can you run this country based on the Constitution? And education rights are not negotiable. They're not negotiable. Whether it was in your manifesto or not, we are not negotiating. The right to education of children is sacred. Please ensure every child, 0 to 18 years, is in a basic education institution that is fully funded, because that is what your predecessors did. You have no business coming in to mess assist him that you found working.
Indeed. Janet Okoh is an education expert and director of Tunza Mtoto Coalition. And this is one of those conversations where we have to leave it as it is. It's a lot to think about, and there's a lot of responsibility that lies on the shoulders of folks who are given the job to actually make this thing work. But, Janet has said one thing from the beginning. The tone is set from the top, and that needs to happen. Thank you so much for being here this morning. It's necessary for us to put these things front and center, and we're glad that you helped us do that today. Asante Sana. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Directorate of Criminal Investigation Officers in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission arrived at the home of Trans Nzoia County Governor George Natembeya at 5 a.m. this morning. The situation has attracted a large crowd of citizens seeking to understand the reason for the arrest of the governor at his Milimani home. Already, DAPK party leader Eugene Wamalo and several MCAs have arrived at the area as the number of riot control officers has increased. All the tires of 5 vehicles of DCI and EACC officers have been deflated by angry youth.
Yes, George Natembeya has been elected by the people of Trans Nzoia. Not this residence. This is his family's home, where they scaring the children and the wife. What have the children and the wife have to go to do with this? They go and wait for him in the office. Number 2, they have his number. They should call him. They know where to get him. What are they doing here? What are they doing here? This is the government you want to tell us we will re-elect? Never! We will never!
The officers are still currently at Natembeya's home. It, however, remains unclear what they're searching for. Mumia's assist Member of Parliament, that is Peter Selassie, is finally expected to be arraigned in Nairobi court today. Selassie, who was arrested during his tour of the county of Isiolo, has been under police custody since Friday after sleuths believed to be from the DCI nabbed him along the Isiolo-Nanyuki Road. The arrest came barely a week after the MP claimed to have escaped an attempt to arrest at a Mombasa hotel where he was booked during his ongoing presidential campaign tours in the county. National Assembly Defence, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee Chairperson Nelson Koech has weighed in on the detention of People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua at Julius Nyerere International Airport in Tanzania. Speaking in an interview with a local TV station, Koech pointed out that the Tanzanian government had the right to detain her despite the freedom guaranteed by the EAC Treaty, which allows free movement within the region.
The right to admit any citizen is a reserve of the country that they are visiting. So if the Tanzania security or whatever, or Tanzania government for that matter, feels that Martha Karua is not supposed to be in their country, they have a right, and they have reasons. You see, this is Karua's story. We've not had an official statement from the Tanzania authorities on why she was deported. So there might be other reasons that we do not know.
Koech stated that so far only Karua's side of the story has been made public, further adding that it's time Karua focused on Kenyan issues, noting that the former Justice Minister has also faced diplomatic hurdles in a Ugandan court.
I also want to say that I think sometimes maybe Karua should focus on Kenya. I saw statements from Tanzania earlier that, why will Karua want to come and speak on issues with Tanzania? Yeah, but I mean, there are lawyers in Tanzania. And she's not an East African lawyer, for that matter, that she must represent political detainees. So maybe Honorable Karua should reflect and see if probably there are issues that these countries are uncomfortable with. Are they uncomfortable with her? Are they uncomfortable with her representing them?
And finally, a 20-year-old man was dramatically arrested after he murdered his father and set his body on fire in Nyamusi village, Nyamira County. The deceased had a quarrel with his 20-year-old son over a woman believed to be his wife. The son attacked his father, injuring him on the head, and thereafter dragged the body to the house where he set it on fire using a mattress before neighbors came to save him. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
All right, a look at what's happening with traffic this morning. Still pretty busy, and we are in traffic hour. We're going to get ourselves through towards Langasa Road with some traffic coming off Magadi Road, and some of that coming in from Narubu Gardens interchange. But then after that, we're fine. Easy streets now on Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic is not doing too badly. The Eastern Bypass with some traffic that still continues as you get towards North Airport Road, and on the Thika Superhighway it's contained now right around Survey through towards the Pangani Underpass. Quite some traffic coming in on Waiakiri. That's the Delta. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. If you're just joining us on KTN, Karibu. And our live streams are up on Facebook, YouTube, and on X. This is the Situation Room with Ndu, Dennis, and Mark this morning, coming off of an education conversation. And now we're entering into another one right around the Finance Bill 2025. We'll tell you who's joining us in just a minute. Even as we do, remember who is by your side when things get the way they do, and that's I&M Bank. Remembering that you need that partner who will be with you no matter what, that will empower you, whether it is working on your business. And the promise is simple: at I&M Bank, we're on your side. Whether you're launching a new business, seeking financial guidance, or striving for personal growth, they're here to support and empower you every step of the way. The commitment extends to innovative solutions to impacting lives, because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel our mission. Discover the power of on your side banking. Find out at any I&M branch close to you. I&M Bank, on your side. Not to be forgotten. Dr. Joseph Mahiri is the Deputy Governor of Migori County, and he's in the hot seat this morning. DG, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay.
Karibu sana. Been in Nairobi or just made your way through this morning?
No, I've been in Nairobi since last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
This is the Situation Room. You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. And even as we welcome you, Mark is going to tell you about a country where we are in this week, where we've gleaned some proverbs. We would like to hear your interpretation of the proverb that he's going to share this morning. Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right.
So, the area where we are in is called the Bazaruto Archipelago, which nears a city of Vilankulo, somewhere in the general south of Africa. Do you have any idea where? Because I also didn't. So we are together. This is in Mozambique.
Yeah.
They speak Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 6 islands which I'm unable to pronounce, so we will skip that part and go straight to the proverb. By being grateful, a man makes himself deserving of yet another kindness. By being grateful, a man makes himself deserving of yet another kindness. What is your interpretation?
I think it means when you are grateful to someone, you expect the kindness from him or from other people. It's like doing good, expect to get good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you do good, you get it. Yeah.
Do well, and it shall be well.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of conversations around the buzz right now. Obviously, we are in budget season, and the Finance Bill 2025 is being discussed around very many circles. We're coming off a place where there's never been a more discussed finance bill than there was in 2024, and off of the back of that comes around in 2025, DG. But now we're looking at it from the perspective of deputy governors and why they, in this new budget, are pushing for more allocation. And so we want to get the rationale behind that push as we enter into this conversation. Deputy governors have a council, have a forum, and of course is led. And the talks about increased allocation to the counties has been suggested over the last couple of weeks, and that has been rejected also over the last couple of weeks in terms of the monies that would then be spent in the new fiscal year. And there have been many conversations around whether NGCDF should now be scrapped totally from the hands of members of parliament and should go to the counties. All of those conversations happening at the same time. But let's start off with this. What is the rationale for increased allocation to the counties in this new budget?
The issue of increased budget didn't start in this financial year. You remember, even from the last financial year, there was a serious discussion on the counties needing the increased budget on the 2024-2025 budget. But it ended up the national government and the parliament, they didn't increase that budget. And the same thing is also in this financial year. Again, the counties, the Senate is pushing for increased budget. This is a constitutional thing which expect the national government to give the 15% of its budget to the county government. It is not that the county government needs money for their own use, but it's for the functions that have been transferred to the county government. Because you can't give a functions without necessary budget to it. And that's why the governors, the deputy governors, the Senate want that money to be increased. In fact, if it was fair, we were supposed to get over 15%, maybe 20%, because the functions, if we really need to implement the functions that are at the county government, that money cannot be enough. It's only that we are doing part of it and the county national government is doing part of it, which is not full transfer of functions. Yeah.
Where does this money go? And when we're talking about increase of allocation, to what sectors are we talking about? We know that at the county level, the big ticket item is recurrent expenditure. That goes towards payments of salaries, etc., right? So this money that is being asked for as an increment, whether it has been over the last couple of years, where would that money be going to?
You know, there are key departments that have been transferred to the county government, like health. It's supposed to be fully transferred to the county government. Agriculture, water sector, and other services that are offered at the county level. In education, part of it, the ECD is transferred to the county government.
ECDs have been at the county for a while now. They didn't start last year.
Yeah, the things also have changed. The population, the number of children that now who needs this ECD have increased. And then also the recurrent expenditure has also increased because the number of staffs and others have retired, and the transfer functions also require more staff to the county government, which leads to the increased recurrent expenditures. When you see, when most of the counties started at zero in terms of development. Some of the counties never had even the headquarters, nothing at there. Some of the counties who are like in urban centers, like the city Kisumu, they inherited some properties from the national government. The rural counties like Migori, which never inherited even one building from the national government, it starts from the scratch. So that's the reason why we need more funds, especially for the infrastructure development. Most of the counties, they don't have even good hospitals.
Yes.
They need to improve on them. Some of the counties, they don't have water and sanitation structure systems.
Why?
But you know where we are coming from.
No, why do we not have such systems at the counties?
If you consider the funds that are taken to the county level for development, let's just take it is 2 billion. And if you want to do a water system, like for example in Migori on an urban center, you need huge a lot of money, like over 600 million to do that. In fact, for Migori, I saw the proposal, it's over 2 billion. You need those 2 billion to do as water and sanitation infrastructure for the people of Migori. But that's not enough even for the total budget of development in the county.
This is interesting that you say this, because the control of budget on the 7th of May, which is 12 days ago, she said that according to the law, which we know, 30% of counties' budgets must be allocated to development. However, the devolved units have been breaching the requirement over the years, and she's saying that this trend is now worrying. Why does she say that? County projects in health, you talked about water and sanitation. Education, you talked about ECDs. Roads, you talk about some roads still being Maram roads. She says they face high risk of stalling after the devolved units failed to spend 72 billion on development budget over the 6 months to December 2024. That money was not spent, and it was there. Not that was hoping for it to come. The money was there, but it was not spent on development. It was spent on something else. This is from her report. County governments spent 33.6 billion shillings, which is just 1/3 of the 105.7 billion that was required to be spent on development according to the latest Control of Budget report for the fiscal year 2024 July to 2025 June. The counties have a development budget of 211.5 billion shillings. So this money is supposed to be ring-fenced for development. According to the law, it's not supposed to be used for anything else aside. But it's not being used. Even the one that is available, counties are not using it. And now we are saying, give us some more. But according to not me, the COB, the one that is available is not being used. So what rationale then do we have for saying there should be a further incremental allocation?
I may not speak for the whole counties, but I may speak for the counties that I'm aware of, especially from my county. The issue of money not being spent, some of it is not real, it's not the truth. Because you will find that there are so many times that the treasury says it has released money to the counties. We will stay for 2 months without seeing that money in the account. So when they say that money was never spent, maybe there was a delay in payment of the pending bills or the work done, or the procurement procedures, which are very detailed. Maybe those counties, they never implemented that. So it's not that the money is more until it remains. That's not the truth.
No. Yeah. What we're saying is that if there's 100 shillings at the county, 30 shillings is supposed to be kept for development. That's according to the law.
Yeah.
From what the COB is saying, is that in that 30 shillings that she can see some money at the counties and it has not gone towards development. That's what she's saying, because it's already been granted, like you say, DG, that all this other money has gone towards salaries and all these recurrent expenditure, paying for ECD, paying workers, etc. But this 30 that's supposed to take care of the thing that you talk about, building an extra classroom here or there, working on this road, setting up the sanitation system here and there, that money, she can still see it there. It has not gone. It has not gone towards that particular spend. And the question is why?
Maybe she could have spent that. What was the source of that money? Is either the money which was allocated or budgeted, and it was available for expenditure. And we find most of the things that you'll see on the budget is what not is to be spent on or to be implemented. Some of the budget, maybe they were budgeted depending on the on-source revenues, which some of the counties never realized. To what they had planned to realize. Some of the equitable share, we say that we are expecting this money, the financial year ends without getting all that amount.
But counties have every 5 years an entire forum where they sit and they plan how they're going to spend their money, right?
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the 5-year term that this is what we want to do. And this is the money that will be allocated. For me, the question is quite simple here. That if you know this was the plan, the CIDPs are for counties.
Yeah.
If we know that this is the plan, we know how much this is going to cost. But at the end of 1 year, which is what they're required to do between the Auditor General and the Control of Budget, they're required to say, this is the audited accounts. But we don't see this thing, which was in the CIDPs, living out in terms of what 30% was supposed to be spent on development. It is not happening. And that goes to the question is now when we say give us more money for development, what has happened to the money that has been spent previously?
You see, that's why I was saying, when we say it is 30% of the budget must go to the development, some of the counties have the wage bill, which was over 40% of their budget, which is not supposed to be the law. But we find that most of the counties prefer paying their workers with the high wage bill that they are inherited from the national government and the previous governments at the expense of the development. And by the way, most of the time you may plan and the project that you want to do. At the end of the financial year, you may find that that money have not been paid. It's on the issue of pending bill, or it remains because the project were incomplete. Because some of the projects they are not complete within the one financial year, they are carried forward, and at the end of it, maybe the county didn't pay, and that's the money may be lying. And also, I'm not speaking for all the counties or the governors, but we'll find some of the, maybe there's some loophole somewhere where some of the governor or counties are not implementing their budget well how it's supposed to be. But in the real sense, if you budget and you see the amount of money given to the counties, if the counties prioritize and use that money appropriately, that money is not enough to cater for the needs or the services to the people within the counties.
The problem compounded beyond what government is allocating? There's a matter you speak of called the pending bills. And I hear for many counties, those pending bills are more than the entire budget sometimes. Is there, at the back of all this, the weight of previous governments, and I talk both national and county, and this weight transferred into pending bills, inappropriate hiring of staff in terms of an overstaffed county government, and then really that the fact that this country is in a proper dilemma, not just about allocation, but in a proper dilemma that our county governments are insolvent and need much more radical support than 15-20% increase on the allocated amount.
You see, the government doesn't end with the exit one of the leaders. When you finish your term, you leave the government going on.
Yes.
You can't say, for example, you come and get the staff who are employed on a permanent basis. You can't put them off. And then also the people who did the work, and maybe they were never paid on time, or they didn't complete their project within their time, it end up carrying forward their payments, and it is inherited to the new government. And we can't say that we will not carry the cross of the previous government. It's the responsibility of the current government to take care of the messes or the goods which were done with the previous government. But now, when we are taking care, it compromises the development for the current leaders. Because if you carry, for example, the pending bill like in Migori is high, we have tried to pay it, but we still have a lot of money on pending bills. But in the real sense, we have to carry it on. And the control budget now is one of the things that you must budget for the pending bill or spend on pending bill before spending on the current development.
Yeah, Wanadiji, I totally agree.
Yeah.
My question was not that you have a responsibility. My question is, as a nation, do we need to have a discussion beyond just the budgets for counties and beyond the pending bills? Because in my view, many of the county governments, even if you give them 10 years, they will become insolvent before finishing the pending bills. I think we have a bigger problem than the budget itself, than the development, than absorbing development money. I think that our counties and the county governments as currently constituted, in terms of their financial solvency, we need to have a bigger conversation as a country, because increasing the budget is not necessarily going to address the problems that these institutions have.
Yeah, for sure, we really need to have that serious discussions. You see what is really contributing to this. In the budget cycle, we budget that we want to do roads ABC and set under the budget for this. But by the end of this budget cycle, maybe a quarter of the work has been done, and that's the money that has been paid. And that whole budget, it's not transferred to the next financial year. You see, you are carrying a baggage which is not budgeted for in the previous or the coming years. So we really need to agree or have a discussion. How do we handle this big project so that we don't keep on carrying the baggage to the next years and all that? How is this money can be set aside? If it is 200 million to complete a project, how is that money taken care of? It's not that it's left there to be looked for the next financial year. It's a big issue because some counties have a pending bill more than even their equitable share.
Yeah.
So how are we? And yet most of these pending bills are genuine. Either the Kenyan supplied goods or did the work, but they have never been paid. So we don't know where we are missing. Is it during the budget or the expenditures period where we can't really tie our expenditures to the budget? It's like when you say you have in your home, you have budget, you want to build something, and then you don't know next where will you get the money to complete. Maybe you want to go ask, but you need to be sure that I want to build this. Where will I get this money until the end? Rather than say, I need to do a construction of 200 million, I have 20 million. You are not sure where will you get this. And then, unfortunately, in the next budget, you don't remember to budget for this money, which is or make it available. Also, budgeting is different from also making that money available for expenditure.
Yeah. Are county governments too tied in their hands in terms of finances? And is it time we revisit that our counties were built too small to succeed? No, because this is what I mean. You talk of a county that is unable to raise even an eighth of their resources needed.
Own source revenue.
On source revenue. They can't do it. You're talking about counties whose spending bills far outweigh the allocated revenue. You're talking about counties which cannot stand on their own to make decisions. In fact, we are at a point where many counties cannot even plan for development projects because the projects that are pending will consume all the money before anything is done.
We must stress or ask, where did we mess from? And then from there we can agree, where do we move from? In fact, there is no county which cannot manage to raise a good money from their own source of revenue, but it's how it is being raised. And that's why we find some of the counties that have digitized their revenue collection, they are doing well. Some which are doing their collection manually, they are collecting minimally. So either from the county assemblies or from the Senate, maybe they have a bill or some policies that all counties let them digitize on source revenue collections so that they can maximize their collections, because some counties for sure that we don't have any source, and we depend only on equitable share, which is not enough.
Okay.
Bonadiji, as you're speaking, I go back to a conversation I had once with the governor. And if you look at the reality of what we have in the counties, when we talk about devolved corruption, for example, when governors talk about getting an increase in the budgets, the trickle-down effect to that mwananchi at the county level, they actually don't feel it. Because what we have seen, allocations of these budgets or increase of these allocations have been traps of misuse, have been channels of ghost projects, ghost workers, poor accountability. My question to you, even as I think we're going for a break, is even as you're pushing for more allocation, are you backing it by any audit and at your county level, because you can't speak over all the other counties, or even a performance review? Can you confidently tell, for example, the people in Migori, look, this is what we had in the last year's budget, this is what we did, this is our audit, this is our performance review that shows that actually we need more money? Do we have that at the county level?
Yes, thank you very much. And for sure, if I talk for Migori case, we have that audit and also the report from the county assembly, and we do have a good working relation with the county assembly, where they be able to assess and be able to give department by department. You budget for this, and this was able to be done. This was not, and why? We are very accountable to the assembly, which is supposed to do oversight on behalf of the people of Migori, and we do follow up with the budget, how we budget and what did we budget to, and it was implemented. And if you go to the ground, you see it's not a matter of allocation, but you can go and you can see it on the ground. And when we talk, for example, construction of ECDs, if we budget, for example, for the second year, we had budget for 140 ECD classrooms for across the county. At the end of the financial year, we can be able to say we have done the 140. We budget to do, like, for example, 40 water boreholes one per county, per ward. Can we see all these water projects going on, which I can confidently say is true? You can go and you can find it on the ground. So we can be able to say, Migori County, we need this amount for us to cover the entire population in water supply. We need this and this per financial year, and we can be able to account for it. The issue in Kenya is that the generalized issue about corruption. That if one leader is corrupt, we generalize that all governors, all deputy, or everybody is corrupt. But we have Kenyan leaders who are genuinely implementing or utilizing the limited resources that have been allocated for the betterment of the people of Kenya.
All right. We'll take a break and come back and continue with this, because then the thing is that if there is a push from across board, then is there also a push for accountability and transparency and the management of these resources across board as well? We'll come back and continue with that. Dr. Joseph Mahiri is the Deputy Governor of Migori County. We're having a conversation this hour about, if there's going to be more county allocation, is it going towards the right source? At the moment, if you're looking for value that stretches your shilling, let Naivas be your home of deals. At Naivas, we know shopping isn't just about ticking off a list, it's about the experience. And that's why your Kapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's beautiful, and guess what? It never gets full. With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you just keep adding more and still spend less. So what you need to do, head on down to your nearest Naivas Kiloko. Fill your kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Brought to you by I&M Bank, on your side.
All right, as we're coming out of traffic hour, a quick look at what's happening and has changed. Yes, actually has. Most folks have gotten where they need to go at this time of the morning. Just a little bit left there, coming off of Wayaki, and you see as you go in an easterly direction, there's still a little bit of that left on Lower Kebese going towards Spring Valley, New Road with some traffic, and as you get towards the Sika Superhighway, there is some traffic on Kiambu Road still as you get to Muga Square, as you also get off the Sika Superhighway. More or less, it's come to an end to the morning talk for Spice K on air.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
25 to 10, the Deputy Governor of the County of Migori, Dr. Joseph Mahiri, is our guest this hour. The push for added revenue to the counties. Mark?
Even as we push for added revenue to the counties, we are looking at a health budget that has been reduced. We are seeing problems in the education sector, and we're seeing all manner of issues within the country. So, one, are devolved units only to defend themselves without the true picture of the country? That's one. And two, when we talk about this percentage increase that we want for devolved units, what is the justification for the Kenyan? If we allocate 10, 20, 30 billion more to devolved governments, what do we expect to see in return, given the pending bills, given the current situation of county governments? What is increased allocation to mean in real beneficial terms to Kenyans?
I think as leaders or the governors or deputy governor and the leaders at the county level, we must be accountable and take up the responsibility with the resources allocated to us. One of the big things why the governors or the county need enough allocation is for the county to be independent. Let the counties be independent, or the governors, not relying on the issue of the goodwill of the national government. Like when you're talking about the health, is a devolved function. And with the allocated resources, most of the counties cannot be able to do even a level 4 to be done within a short time without the help from the national government. Mm-hmm. You can see, like in the current budget, is the national government want to do a referral hospital in Bungoma and Kericho, and yet health is a function for a devolved function. When will we always depend on the national government to agree to decide which counties to do a referral or to do a good health facility for them, instead of giving them the resources and let them do? Because every county have different needs. For example, I wish even in Migori County we have a teaching and referral hospital. We don't know if we follow that trend. Is the national government to decide when do they support and build this? We never may high. So the more money that will be given to the counties also calls for accountability, the huge accountability for the county government. Let also the common people benefit or realize that the counties are getting more now, they can see it on the ground by improving their lives through the service delivered, for example, health, which is in a mess. I'm happy like the issue of SHA is, whether if it is well implemented, can help us also to improve on the health of Kenyans. But we really need to be independent and let the counties beg their development or needs from the national government. That if you don't support the national government or the leadership, you may not get anything from the top, and yet they retain a lot of the budget.
Is that the case?
Yeah.
Is that the case right now, that we're looking at situations whereby if you don't maintain a healthy relationship politically, that counties which are safeguarded, funds for counties and devolution safeguarded in the constitution, then may not get the funds that they require because you're not buddy with the person at the top?
You know, the money we get from the national government in different ways. One is through equitable, which is a must. The money which is depend on the relation with the national is the grant or conditional grant, which is normally a huge amount of money. For example, if you want to do a huge project, you depend on this grant. That's why you'll find some other counties have referral hospitals, some have already done their headquarters because of this grant money, which is given at the discretion of the leadership, because it's not automatic thing that you must get. So,
you know, what you say is a bit worrying, and I'll tell you why. That the insinuation that even that conditional grant be whatever as it may is not based on merit, it is based on relationship, is a very worrying statement to make.
Quite.
Because then we would say that we have a system still where there is an imperial leadership that can choose to allocate funds without the concurrence of parliament, which is the owner of budget, and two, at the discrimination of the feelings I have to this governor or to this person.
You know, I'm not saying or telling you which part okay, but you can always see, for example, for the previous government for the last 10 years, if you can sample which counties maybe they were given a conditional grant to do either hospital or dual account headquarters, and which region of the Kenya were never received even a grant to do even a single infrastructure. So that's why we are saying the Constitution gave Kenyans the devolution or the devolved units, which needs to be well funded, that doesn't depend on the goodwill or the good relationship or the friendship with the national government.
But you seem to be alluding to the fact that politics plays in, whereby it should be clear what should happen because it is ensconced in the Constitution. The Constitution says that we will have devolved units that will be headed by a governor and his deputy, and his or her deputy, and then thereafter certain things will happen, that they will come from the national government funds in order to make this devolution happen. It's not a suggestion, it is the law according to what the Constitution says. But you know, as Mark was saying, it seems as though what we are saying here is that until and unless you have a favorable relationship politically with the person who is at the top, at the executive position, that we may see a throttling of these funds coming to the counties. Is that an admission that we're seeing of things that actually happen?
You know, when there is no way we can separate politics from development. And historically, Kenyan system have been that we started from when it was used to be said, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. It is a historical thing. But however, as leaders, we need to get out of that, fight it, and follow or implement our constitution and the rights that for Kenyans, which dictates that we have a right to development, a right to services, a right to water, and all that.
But is
we
that
go
happening?
beyond that.
Is that happening? Do we see that there is a deliberate, intentional fight against this politics that comes into play all the time? Because what you've said is quite serious. That if funds are stopped from going to the devolved units, constitutionally aligned, because of a relationship you may or may not have with the executive, then that's an issue.
Yeah, that's why we are saying we don't want to depend on the goodwill of the national government. Let what the constitution say be allocated to the counties. For example, do we get the 15% which the constitution say?
Do you?
We don't. For example, right now, this financial year, we are the national government or the assembly is proposing 405 billion to the counties. That is not even a 10% of, in fact, it's 10% because the Kenyan budget is 4.2 trillion. And you are giving 405 billion, which is almost the 10% of the total budget of the Kenya, of that. So the constitution says give 15% to the counties. They can't. So how do you expect the grant, which is not in the constitution, to be given equitably and released to the county to implement?
Yeah, but you see, the grant, the president of this republic does not have the ability to sit somewhere and say, you know what, I think I'm going to get another 2 billion and I'm going to give it to whichever county I want. That's not how the constitution works, unless he's got some other budget that we don't know of. So that's one. But two is even the very premise of what you are discussing means that our constitutional order is in danger, right? Because if any decision is made in this country by the discretion of an individual, not an institution, then we are in clear violation of the constitution. Then it begs the question that these counties, as we speak of them, this is since 2013 to 2025 is 12 years past.
Into devolution, yeah.
Do we not need to sit down and have serious conversations, look ourselves in the eye, talk about funding models, talk about these grants, talk about the development of these counties, talk about the accountability that is needed, and actually look at what the constitution says and begin to implement properly what it needs to be done, or have the difficult conversation of merging Migori, Homa Bay, and Kisumu into one county, because that makes more sense.
In matching counties or bringing them is not a solution. Is let the Kenyans or the institution not fight among themselves. If the institution of, for example, Parliament is an institution, it needs to implement its role as legislative and oversight. But when they come in now, take up the responsibility of implementers of the project, and let either the Senate, whoever wanted to cost the functions that have been transferred to the counties. You see, we are saying that we are giving a budget of, for example, Migori 10 billion. How was this 10 billion reached at? Did they accost that health is going to cost it? How much do we need, for example, to supply drugs to the whole hospital within Migori County? It was never costed for. It's a literal figure. How much do we need, for example, if we want to do a certain function? It is not accosted. Let, for example, the functions that have been transferred to the county government be accosted, and the actual figures be put on the table, say that for us to run health system effectively for the whole financial year, we need this amount of money. Can we give it to the counties? Instead of giving literally saying we are giving Migori 10 billion, is them to decide how much are they going to allocate in agriculture, or get in health, allocate in water, which most of the time is not enough.
But
yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, I find it difficult to reconcile a number of facts, and these are the realities. I mean, we live in Kenya, we know how our country runs. There is nothing like independent institutions, there is nothing like devolving a unit or the governments totally independent of national influence. Like you said, politics is always part and parcel of development. My question is, last year around this same month, the EACC targeted over 2 billion shillings that were allegedly siphoned from Migori County government. That is just one figure I'm just quoting. And there are a lot of things that were tabled, documents. Eventually, we know EACC sought to do an out of
plea bargain, essentially.
Exactly. My question is, when you took over government, and this is representative of all government, county governments in this country, when you take over government, the first order of business, and it's something I've witnessed, is you're looking at what was the previous government doing, from the pending bills to all these monies and where these monies went. As you seek to get more allocation, do you do an internal audit to figure out what did my predecessor do with what was allocated to him and how much money didn't go into, for example, the health infrastructure in the county and so on and so forth? I say that because one day I sat with this governor, first order of business, I was present in that meeting, called some young fellow. So can you give me the books? I just want to go through the books. And in that one sitting, this young man tells the governor that we have 16 roads, and these are the pending bills, to the tune of 760 million. This is one county. Now, out of all those roads, only one was done. The rest do not even exist. Now, this governor told me, Dennis, I'm even afraid of what I'm going to tell my people because hii ndio madeni tuko nayo.
Yes.
Na lazima tulipe yo madeni. And you talked about those spending bills. As we move on forward, because you're asking for more allocation, another government will come in asking for more allocation, another one asking for more allocation. Are we then saying this thing is not honestly functional, it's not working, we need to refigure and restructure county governments all over again because they are just tools to keep pushing corruption forward?
You see that's where, if example I can use for my case. When we get into the government, before start talking about the bending bill, we did the bending bill evaluations, the assessment which were the bending bill which were really true net to be paid, which were no goes to some of them. We realized that's the truth. Some of the requests or the money that being requested, most of the project were never done. So it is the responsibility of the current government or that government of that people to ensure that there was value for money from the previous government, because you will find that when we get into the government, we eliminated almost over 1 billion shillings which were goals or not work done. But we still have people who are claiming they did those jobs. Because if you say you did a construction, for example, a dispensary, you need to go and sit at that point.
There should be a dispensary.
But if you go there, it's not there. And then there is somebody there claiming that he did the work because that person was given a document purporting that he did work, but it was not there. So it is the responsibility of that particular government or leaders to ensure they are paying or asking money from the control budget with the project which were implemented and well implemented, because some of the projects were hardly done. You see, if you are doing for example, you are building a dispensary, there is no way you can go that a dispensary is done which has a room like this and you are claiming to be paid 5 million shillings. There should be value for money. So as also leaders, we have to take up the responsibility of ensuring that the bending bill that we inherit from the previous government are worthwhile or worth paying. Some of them, for sure, they were not worth for paying.
But do you?
Yeah.
I know that there's the reality of responsibility, and I think that's where we're asking about the connection. Is that, do we actually see a process of ensuring that those pending bills, which you inadvertently take over in the next administration, become your responsibility? Are you sure that they actually are bills for what was actually done? Because deputy governors obviously have come together in concert and said, you know what, let's also stand behind this push for increased allocation. At that point, you're together in concert, everybody asking for the same thing, and you're in agreement. But within that group of people are folks who have these big bills for which COB, Auditor General, everybody's asking, where did this money actually go? How can you have a concerted effort for more allocation of funds where in that same concert there are people who we know very well have not used their money properly? How can it be taken seriously?
You know, in Kenya we have so many institutions that needs to take care of the public interest or the public confidence. For example, if the counties mismanaged the public funds. For example, we want that there is spending bill for this amount, but the work was not done. But these are Kenyans. Why can't the investigative institution take up the responsibility and ensure that people own their mistakes, on their corruption cases, on whatever they did to the public funds? Because without that being done, will not have any confidence with the public, especially when it comes into the utilization of their resources. Because, for example, right now, genuinely, from my side where I sit, genuinely the counties need more funding for them to take care of the services or the needs of the people. But because of the misdeeds or misappropriation of resources by other leaders, makes the other counties or other Kenyans not get what they deserve because of their mistakes. Let those leaders take up their responsibilities and own up. Because you have institutions that they need to protect Kenyans. If these institutions don't protect Kenyans, who will protect them? Then we'll continue living on the same style. The 10 years we are talking about the bending bills which cannot be accounted for. After 10 years, maybe again we talk about others. But also as leaders, also we have to own up and use the resources allocated to us genuinely and accountably.
You know, at the moment, there's a trust deficit. And if you're to ask and do a poll, a genuine poll, and ask people in different counties, starting from Nairobi County or even Migori County, and just ask, do you feel that the budgets that are allocated to the county, they've gone into the development and to the business that the money was allocated for? And you'll be surprised that people have actually an ear to the ground and know what is going on. The issue is the trust deficit, where successive governments come into power with promises and they speak well and they mean well. The way you're speaking, very soft-spoken, you sound like, very well polished, I can easily trust you. But then, vitu kwa ground, need difference. And it takes time to prove that indeed the money we got, this is what the money was doing. The other thing is even the issue of ghost workers. The situations where a current government comes in, kicks out everybody of the previous government, hire new people. The other people don't go to the office, don't work, even at the sub-county level, don't work, but they still earn salaries.
They do.
We spend a lot of money and there's a lot of waste in counties.
I think it's a Kenyan also population we have taken some things, because you'll find the issue of the ghost workers. It's you see when the workers themselves, they tie their loyalties or their allegiances to the leaders of the day, and who maybe during their tenure were employed. When the new government comes in, they don't know that they need to serve the government of the day. They still believe their loyalty to the previous government. And that's why you'll find that some of them maybe they don't come to work because of their misbehavior and all that. It's the mentality of Kenyans that we were tying ourselves to the politics and the leaders who, I don't know whether it's the way Kenyans get their jobs and all that, they tie their loyalties to the government or when they're employed. The issue, for example, like corruption, is like a song. It's like we haven't internalized it that it's also from the Kenyan that we are talking that we are 80% Christians. We don't take it like it is a sin also to do corruption, to denying the deserving cases what it belongs to them. It is also Kenyans also to evaluate our conscience and say, are we doing the right thing or the resources or the people that have given an opportunity to serve them? Yeah.
Which way do you think going forward? What do you need? What do you really think that it is at this juncture that the further allocation then should be required, or clean up the house, which you've alluded to? What should happen first?
At first, let me say that let first what the counties deserve be allocated to them. And let those resources that have been given to them be held responsible for it and be accountable to it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, these conversations go on. It will be interesting to see what comes out in the finance bill, but there is definitely a push to insist that there's a deliberate and intentional management and accountability when it comes to resources of any kind. But now those resources that belong to the people. Essentially more so. Dr. Joseph Mahiri is the Deputy Governor of Migori County, has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much, DG, for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation as we kick off the week on this May 19th. Asante Sana. We talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. Good morning, 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lal Ubaka. At least 5 people were this morning killed in a fire incident in Mathare slums, Nairobi. Police and local